Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Fine. I want to see just what kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill can you refine. At that time, you had better not bring a pile of herbal dregs to serve as a stopgap. Wn Yuan wanted to embarrass Sse Yuan, but he did not expect to throw himself in. However, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine any medicinal pill. Even if he really knew alchemy, it was impossible for him to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. As long as Yi Yuan could not refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, then everything was good. At that time, could Yi Yuan even walk out of the Alchemist Association's gates in one piece with him fanning the fire by the side? You'd better worry about your own intelligence first. Don't worry about my matters. Ending with those words, Yi Yuan directly ignored Wn Yuan and headed to the herbal warehouse. When he said by Feng Ruoqing, he suddenly flashed a smile and transmitted his voice, "In a while, watch properly and don't blink." Feng Ruoqing's face twitched as she looked bewilderedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan had already entered the herbal warehouse. Could it be that he's going to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? That's why he asked me to pay attention. He really knows the yin-yang separation flow technique? Initially, Feng Ruoqing thought that there had to be a powerful alchemy master behind Yi Yuan. That was why Yi Yuan possessed such immensely profound theoretical knowledge. However, the yin-yang separation flow technique required extreme amounts of practice to learn. It was impossible without 2 to 3 years. As for mastering it completely, the time required was even longer. Even 5 years were considered short. But Yi Yuan was only 15 years old. Could it be that he started learning when he was 10 years old? But Yi Yuan most likely had not even stepped onto the martial path back then. Where would he have the support of essence energy? Thinking for a long time, Feng Ruoqing still could not figure it out, so she just let it go. When Feng Ruoqing came around, she realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. Everyone stared fixedly at the light curtain with unusual eyes. What's Yi Yuan doing? Is he choosing herbs haphazardly to refine randomly later? Wn Yuan watched the light screen with a cold smile. I said that he doesn't know anything, right? Just look. He doesn't even look and simply grabs a bunch of herbs completely indiscriminately as he goes. Who chooses herbs like that? That's right. Isn't this making fun of us? Many of the herbs in the herbal warehouse look almost the same. It's impossible to tell the difference without inspecting it closely. He's being too casual. At their seat, the faces of Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming did not look too good. They obviously knew that there were many herbs inside the herbal warehouse meant to confuse the public. This was to test the visual judgment of the alchemist. However, Yi Yuan's performance was too amateurish, giving them the feeling that they were being fooled. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance, Wn Yuan was secretly even more certain that Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Observing the faces of the two leaders, he felt elated. Why Yi Yuan, since you are courting death yourself, then you can't blame me. Today, even if Yi Hang came here, he also can't save you. Wn Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Miss Feng, this old man doesn't want to speak out of turn, but does he really know alchemy? Wang Jinfu could not resist questioning. Only Feng Ruoqing was aware of Yi Yuan's ability in this place, so she did not find it unusual. Lord Chairman, please look on patiently. Since the test has already started, just let Yi Yuan finish. If he really poked a hole in any basket, then I, Feng Ruoqing, will shoulder it. Although Feng Ruoqing spoke respectfully, she was firmly defensive of Yi Yuan. Wang Jinfu had some understanding of Feng Ruoqing and knew that she was a reserved person all along. He did not understand why she was accompanying a junior to mess around today. Miss Feng's abilities are already nearing a high-rank alchemy master. Can't you differentiate between a rookie and an expert? As long as you watch Yi Yuan choose his herbs, you'll be able to tell that he's a complete layman. Must Miss Feng continue to go along with his nonsense? Wang Jinfu frowned as he said this. Feng Ruoqing's ident. One Tai was special. In the future, she could possibly become another alchemy grandmaster in the imperial family. Although the Alchemist Association did not fear the imperial family, This state of Qin was ultimately the imperial family's territory. Unless they had no other alternatives, both parties naturally would not lose all decorum. Hence, Wang Jinfu continued to endure when speaking to Feng Ruoqing. But Feng Ruoqing just smiled and said, I still have those same words. Why don't Chairman Wang watch finish patiently? Perhaps it wouldn't disappoint you. Sometimes, what you see with your own eyes might not be true. Seeing Feng Ruoqing remain firm, he was also displeased. He wanted to see just what Yi Yuan could do. Since he had already made it clear that if Yi Yuan really dared to mess with the Alchemist Association, then even if he was beaten to death, there was nothing that Feng Ruoqing could say. Look, guys. Yi Yuan's out. Isn't he this too fast? Isn't he a complete amateur? That's right. He came out after walking one round inside. You guys, look. He's carrying so little herbs. Most likely, there's only enough quant. One tie for one refinement. Does he think that it's hopeless and is acting recklessly? Or is he extremely confident in himself? Bulls. HI plus T. Of course, he thinks that it's hopeless and is acting recklessly. Even an alchemy grandmaster wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill each time. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan is so monstrous that his alchemy success rate is 100%. Yi Yuan's actions incurred a round of vicious words. But he could not hear them. Of course, even if he heard it, he would just treat it like a fart. Entering the pill refinement room, Yi Yuan threw the herbs casually onto the workstation and split the herbs evenly into 2 sets before starting the refinement of the medicinal essence right away. Even the process of preparing the herbs was foregone. Not even 30 minutes had said from choosing the herbs until now. His actions caused another huge commotion. In the hall, regardless of both students and alchemists from the Alchemist Association, they all exchanged looks. Is this Yi Yuan here to be a joke? Even if he only prepared one set of ingredients for the sake of posturing, was there a need to skip weighing and preparation of the herbs? How is he certain of the quant? One tie of each herb? Another person looked at him like he was an idiot. You still have hopes that Yi Yuan could refine a medicinal pill even now? This fellow is a complete amateur who doesn't know anything at all. He's here solely for laughs. Look, guys. The ingredients that he chose was only enough for one portion, but he split the herbs into 2 halves. Half the quant. 1 tie isn't even enough to refine a single medicinal pill. Hee. This Yi Yuan is really ball. He actually dares to mess with the 2 chairmen. Is he courting death? Wen Yuan smiled coldly and said, I already said that he was all talk. To think that he really made everyone run around in circles. I want to see just how he intends to wrap up the situation later, following which, Wen Yuan looked towards Wang Jinfu to check out what kind of expression he had. However, Wen Yuan did not see the expression he was looking forward to on Wang Jinfu's face. Suspicion was written all over Wang Jinfu's face. Old son, do you think that Yi Yuan this punk is about to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Sun Jianming's expression was about the same as Wang Jinfu's. Theoretically speaking, splitting the ingredients equally into 2 parts is the approach to the yin-yang separation flow technique. But Wang Jinfu shook his head. I also think that it isn't likely. How old is this punk? How could he know the yin-yang separation flow technique? No need to guess anymore, Lord Chairman. What Yi Yuan is about to use is precisely the yin-yang separation flow technique. Right then, Feng Ruoqing's confident voice was heard. Celifota _ Regis Professor, are you ready for TGIF? Tongue sticking out, this is not the TGIF chapter, but the first chapter for Friday. Chapter 65, God-like technique. Chapter 65, God-like technique. He's a complete amateur in alchemy who doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. How could he possibly know how to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Preparing herbs was something deeply ingrained in alchemists. Even Wang Jinfu, who was an alchemy grandmaster, would not skip it. After all, it was impossible to comprehend how an alchemy emperor refined pills with his realm. Hence, in Wang Jinfu's heart, Yi Yuan had long been determined to be a layman. Whether he knows it or not, just continue watching, and you will see. Honestly speaking, even I am looking forward to it, Feng Ruoqing said with a smile. Wang Jinfu and company's conversation reached everyone's ears. The students started gossiping among themselves. Yin-yang separation flow technique? What the hell is that? No clue. Never heard of it before. I'm also confused now. Is Yi Yuan the real deal or is he misleading us? Should be misleading. After all, he doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. I think so too. Other people did not know about the yin-yang separation flow technique, but Wen Yuan knew. It was exactly because he knew that caused Wen Yuan's disdain grew even greater. Although the yin-yang separation flow technique was very powerful, it was extremely difficult to train. He was all too clear on Yi Yuan's capabilities. How could he possibly know this? Most likely Yi Yuan saw it on some obscure books or records, and then he purposely took it out now to please the crowd by trying to impress them. Within the refining room, Yi Yuan swiftly completed the refinement of the medicinal essence. Next, was to open the furnace to refine pills. Similar to that day when he was assistant to Feng Ruoqing, Yi Yuan formed seals with both hands, and the flame obediently split into two parts to scorch the pill cauldron uniformly. Finus. Plus-ing the preparation work, Yi Yuan waved a hand, and the medicinal essences flew into the pill cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan's hands were like flood dragons out in the sea. His left hand formed seals, and his right hand did so too as he controlled the two portions of medicinal essences. The entire process was not quick, but it was not sloppy at all. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique was synchronization. Just based on this point, Yi Yuan's refinement since the start had been impeccable. Outside the refining room in the hall, Yi Yuan's refinement finally dispelled everyone's suspicions towards him. Yi Yuan really knew alchemy. It was just that it was not easy to judge how high his standard was. I didn't think that this rascal really knows alchemy. It's just, why are his movements so slow? Could it be that he isn't familiar with the seals? Wang Jinfu was baffled. The yin-yang separation flow technique has 7x7, 49 yang seals, and 7x7, 49 yin seals. Each of them is supremely complex. Back then, I also tried to learn the yin-yang separation flow technique. But in the end, I failed. Yi Yuan has been on point since the first seal until now. I also can't see any areas where he's unfamiliar with. Logically speaking, it should be utilized proficiently. I also don't understand why he's so slow. Miss Feng, what do you think? Sun Jianming seemed to be rather familiar with the yin-yang separation flow technique. Most likely, he spent a great deal of time researching it in his youth. Feng Ruoqing had been staring unblinkingly at Yi Yuan's hands since the beginning. She knew the first 21 seals of the yin-yang separation flow technique by heart. Currently, the seals Yi Yuan executed were like playing it in slow motion for her to see. Could it be that he's specifically displaying it for me to see? Feng Zhiro quickly rejected this thought. The yin-yang separation flow technique was incomparably complicated. If he continued like this, the medicinal pills would definitely be ruined. Even if Yi Yuan were really at the level of an alchemy king, it would be impossible to save it. Noticing that Sun Jianming questioned her, Feng Ruoqing also shook her head bitterly. I also don't know. The first pair of seals is completed. But isn't this speed too slow? At this rate, the medicinal pill can't even condense. The result will surely be a useless pill, Wang Jinfu said. Yi Yuan started to execute the second pair of seals. The two sets of medicinal essences jumped joyously about in the pill cauldron one after another, akin to fish frolicking. Old WNG, do you feel that the speed of Yi Yuan's seals is increasing? Halfway through the second pair of seals, Sun Jianming suddenly asked. Is that so? I didn't notice it. It's still so slow. But old Sun, did you notice that even though Yi Yuan's actions are very slow, the medicinal essences don't have any signs of dissipating? Wang Jinfu also seemed to have discovered something unusual. In reality, when alchemists were refining pills, most would finish things quickly in order to maintain the shape of the medicinal essence. It was just like a single log bridge. If you charge across in one breath, you would be able to properly grasp the direction and balance, so as to not fall down. But if you crossed it slowly, it would be easy to lose your center of gravity and then fell down. However, Yi Yuan's refining was the opposite. He clearly decreased the speed, but each step was very stable. There were no instances where the center of gravity was off. Sun Jianming took a look and was involuntarily astounded. It's true. Could it be that Yi Yuan already trained the yin-yang separation flow technique to an extraordinarily high realm? Hence, he deliberately slowed down to allow for the various herbs in the medicinal essence to fuse better. But, is this possible? Right when the two were debating, Yi Yuan's seals had already progressed to the third pair. It's not right. It looks like it sped up again, Sun Jianming exclaimed. Ian. Now that you said it, it really looks like it's a little faster than at the start. His increasing his speed, WNG Jinfu also discovered the change in Yi Yuan's hand speed. Don't tell me he plans to keep increasing speed like this. Sun Jianming and WNG Jinfu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Next was the fourth pair of seals. The fifth pair, sixth pair, seventh pair. Yi Yuan's seal forming speed became increasingly faster and even more elusive. In the beginning, everyone's eyes could follow Yi Yuan's speed. But towards the end, they could only see a blur. Yi Yuan's refinement gave people the feeling that he was using his fingertips to dance, dreamlike and mystical. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu no longer discussed Yi Yuan's seals. They were completely drunk on Yi Yuan's refinement and were not able to extricate themselves. At this moment, their hearts seemed to quiver along with Yi Yuan's hands, becoming excited. Their blood even felt like it was boiling towards the end. In this place, Sun Jianming's and Wang Jinfu's skill was the highest. But even they were completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, let alone the others. Even Yi Yuan's enemy, Wan Yuan, was currently lost in it. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu were wholly enraptured as if they were brought into another realm. And this realm was a world that they had never heard of before in their entire lives. Yin-yang. Combine. Just as that feeling reached its peak, Yi Yuan gave a low cry and suddenly placed his palms together, resulting in the two half-portion medicinal pills, which had already taken shape, gathered in the center. A beam of white light shot out from the pill cauldron, blinding everyone's eyes. Sun Jianming and Wang Jinfu were abruptly woken. The two exchanged looks once again and saw an inexplicable feeling from the other party's eyes. The entire hall was silent. The students had not woken up from their stupor yet. Right then, the door of the refining room belonging to Yi Yuan opened, and Yi Yuan walked out slowly. Bean-sized sweat drops covered his forehead. It was evident that refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was still too strenuous for him. The medicinal pill is already refined. This little lord is tired to death. I'm going back to rest first. You have to tell me later whether I pass or not. After he said that, Yi Yuan strode out, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Celephota_Regis Professor. Check out Note 1 and Note 2 in this chapter. It's not our fault, sad face. Don't blame us. Again, not T-GIF. But second chapter for today, tongue sticking out. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. He left just like that. Wang Jinfu forgot to stop Yi Yuan just now. When he recovered, Yi Yuan was already gone. Sun Jianming took a deep breath and sighed. If he doesn't leave, then what? His essence energy is already exhausted. If he doesn't recuperate in time, it might leave behind hidden dangers. Even though he managed to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill using his 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation, it was still overly forceful. It would be a pity for such a figure to leave behind hidden dangers because of a single refinement. Sigh. So what if it was forceful? He already has the strength to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. What's lacking is only the accumulation of essence energy. Wang Jinfu's words still contained deep shock. Sun Jinfu nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly became agitated. Trembling, he said, "A miracle. Yi Yuan's refinement just now was simply a miracle." That's right. It was truly a miracle. Could it be that Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique had already reached that legendary stage? Wang Jinfu wondered. It's definitely the legendary realm. A fourth-level essence chi realm refining pills managed to affect even the mental states of us both. It's impossible to not be the legendary stage, Sun Jianming said in agreement. The various refinement techniques in alchemy had fundamental similarities with martial techniques. It was just that alchemy techniques did not possess attack power. However, refinement techniques were differentiated into 5 realms based on the level of mastery. They were namely, entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and legendary stage. The distinction between realms was pretty much the same as martial techniques. The only difference was in the 5th stage's name. One was the breaking illusion stage, while the other was the legendary stage. The difference also showed the fundamentally distinct goals between martial techniques and alchemy techniques. Martial techniques pursued extreme destructive powers. What was necessary was breaking shackles and surpassing limits. Hence the name, breaking illusion. On the other hand, alchemy techniques pursued a type of boundless creation power. Endless possibilities lay hidden inside a tiny medicinal pill, and what alchemy methods chased after was the creation of even more possibilities. Hence the name, legendary. The moment one's alchemy technique stepped into the legendary stage, the refined medicinal pills would produce limitless possibilities and often would also increase the medicinal efficacy multiple times. An alchemy technique at the legendary stage could even bestow additional attributes onto the medicinal pill and yield unexpected results. Wang Jinfu seemed to recall something and suddenly bellowed, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and invite out the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined." When Wang Jinfu spoke, he subconsciously used the word invite. The alchemy master at the side only came to a realization now and rushed over to retrieve the medicinal pill. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's face took on a grim expression. In his heart, he felt inexplicable shock and a strong sense of shame. He knew that the relations Hi plus P he just struck up with Wang Jinfu was gone now. It was already impossible for Wang Jinfu to acknowledge him as a disciple. Things would be fine if Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Taking advantage of Wang Jinfu's rotten mood from being messed with, he could throw dirty water with all his might by the side. But now, Yi Yuan and his conflict already came out into the open. Wang Jinfu would most likely not have any good impression towards Wang Yuan as long as he slightly recalled Yi Yuan's words. What made Wang Yuan feel even more ashamed was that he was actually lost in that mysterious feeling brought by Yi Yuan and could not extricate himself. This showed that his alchemy Dao was much more inferior to Yi Yuan's. How did this happen? A month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a good-for-nothing. Now, not only did he achieve dazzling results in the martial path, his alchemy Dao standard broke the general knowledge, and he completed an impossible task. In this short while, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill had already been carefully brought out on a jade tray by an alchemy master. A fire-red pill appeared in front of everyone. "This is a low tier 2 strengthening pill?" Sniffing the overwhelming medicinal aroma, Wang Jinfu quickly identified the medicinal pill. "That's right. It's really the strengthening pill, a transcendent grade strengthening pill," Sun Jianming said with a grave expression. The strengthening pill was a very low-level medicinal pill which was frequently used by bottom-tier martial artists. The use of the strengthening pill was to increase the power in a particular area of the body. It was a medicinal pill that allowed a partial part of a martial artist's body to exceed their existing strength. Tier 1 strengthening pills were highly popular among demonic beast hunters as it could often help them defeat demonic beasts that were slightly stronger than them. It was very low level but very practical. On the other hand, Tier 2 strengthening pills were not as popular as Tier 1s. This was because Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists were much wealthier than Essence Chi Realm martial artists. They were also much stronger so they could afford higher-level medicinal pills. The difference between each minor cultivation realm after the spirit condensation realm was huge. Even if one used a Tier 2 strengthening pill to partially increase their strength, the effects were severely limited. That was because the level of the medicinal pill was too low, barely reaching the level of low Tier 2. Hence, the position of Tier 2 strengthening pills became very awkward. But no matter what, a Tier 2 strengthening pill was a Tier 2 strengthening pill. It was a genuine Tier 2 medicinal pill. Nobody was able to refute it. Of course, nobody would go and dispute it right now. Everyone was sizing up this medicinal pill curiously. Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming exchanged glances. Wang Jinfu opened his mouth and said, "Old Sun, what are you thinking now?" "The same as you," Sun Jianming replied. "Then try it," Wang Jinfu asked uncertainly. But Sun Jianming shook his head instead. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan. According to the Association's rules, this medicinal pill belongs to him. We don't have the right to test it. Currently, Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming felt like their hearts were being scratched by cats. They were highly curious about the medicinal effects of this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. However, the Partic 1P ants who came to take part in the Alchemist Association's test had already paid the test fees. Hence, the medicinal pills refined naturally belonged to them. Danwu Academy had already paid the test fees for their students. Both Wang and Sun obviously could not casually test the medicinal pill. Wang Jinfu suddenly recalled something. Slapping his thighs, he exclaimed, "Miss Feng." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly. That was because when he turned his head, he found out that Feng Ruoqing currently had her eyes shut, and she had entered a strange state. Sudden enlightenment, Wang Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. No wonder he did not hear Feng Ruoqing speak until now. She had actually entered a sudden enlightenment state. Her soul strength is growing. She's about to break through. Sun Jianming clearly also noticed her peculiar state. "Everyone be quiet. Don't interrupt Miss Feng's breakthrough," Wang Jinfu said in a low voice. The test hall instantly quietened down. Everyone was focused on Feng Ruoqing's breakthrough. Feng Ruoqing had long held a studious mindset when watching Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique. After Yi Yuan's refinement became dreamlike and mystical, she felt like she comprehended something. Following which she entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Nobody here had more profound attainments than her in terms of the yin-yang separation flow technique. Also, nobody understood the yin-yang separation flow technique better than her. Towards the end, Feng Ruoqing's divine soul and Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique developed a resonance, and under this resonance, her divine soul gradually grew stronger. Feng Ruoqing's soul strength was only a hair's breadth away from being a high-rank alchemy master. Relying on this resonance, she successfully crossed the threshold and finally became a high-rank alchemy master. Celifota_Regis Professor, T-GIF, Amar. SS release of 20 chapters. Chapter 66 to Chapter 85 for our supportive readers. Good news, Ma. SS release. Maybe a bad news, maybe it is a good news. The more chapters we released, the closer we get to being premium. How many chapters till premium? We do not know. It depends on the management. For now, enjoy the chapters. Thank you for the support. Chapter 67, Testing Medicinal Efficacy. Chapter 67, Testing Medicinal Efficacy. All of a sudden, the surrounding essence energy gathered around Feng Ruoqing, forming a small essence energy storm around her. Feng Ruoqing greedily absorbed the concentrated essence energy and broke through the shackles in one motion. Originally, she was at the 6th level spirit condensation realm. Taking advantage of the sudden enlightenment to break through, not only did her soul strength broke through to the high-rank alchemy master realm, but her cultivation also broke through the 6th level spirit condensation realm, directly rising to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Only after the essence energy in the hall recovered its tranquility did Feng Ruoqing slowly open her eyes. Congratulations, Miss Feng, in advancing to high-rank alchemy master in one stroke. Wang Jinfu immediately went up to congratulate, and the others also came up to express their felicitations. Feng Ruoqing could break through to high-rank alchemy master at such an age. In the future, it was basically a given for her to become an alchemy grandmaster. It was essential to be on friendly terms with a future state of Qin's major figure now. Except that while Feng Ruoqing returned the well wishes perfunctorily, her eyes scanned the crowd, but in the end, she failed to find the person she was looking for. Many thanks for everyone's compliments. Ruoqing dare not accept it. For Ruoqing to be fortunate enough to break through today, I still have to thank Yi Yuan. I wonder, where did he go? Feng Ruoqing asked in puzzlement. In the state of sudden enlightenment, Feng Ruoqing was completely dead to the outside world. She was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already left. Miss Feng, because Yi Yuan completely exhausted his essence energy to forcefully refine the Tier 2 strengthening pill, he went back to rest right after he exited the refining room, Wang Jinfu replied. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. Then the medicinal pill he refined. The moment she mentioned the medicinal pill, everyone's expressions became peculiar. Feng Ruoqing was baffled, but her heart jumped, and she asked anxiously, "Don't tell me Yi Yuan failed." "Impossible. Relax, Miss Feng." "Of course," Yi Yuan Pa said. "It's just." Wang Jinfu found it hard to speak up. In reality, it was somewhat impetuous to test the medicinal pill that other people refined. However, Wang Jinfu really wanted to know if this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill had any special effects. "It's just what?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously. Wang Jinfu sighed and said, "I'm also not afraid that Miss Feng will laugh. Not only did that Yi Yuan refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but it was also a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. His performance earlier was simply miraculous." So, hearing Wang Jinfu said all that, Feng Ruoqing immediately understood in her heart. Transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. These 6 words represented extraordinary significance in the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even a high-rank alchemy grandmaster could not refine a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill, even if the medicinal pill was the lowest of the low Tier 2. Tier 2 medicinal pills and Tier 1 medicinal pills were 2 completely different concepts. The soul strength requirement was not high for Tier 1 medicinal pills. It was easier to refine in comparison. However, the complexity level of Tier 2 medicinal pills was several times, even dozens of times of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Because of that, a more powerful soul strength was necessary to advance to alchemy master. This gap also brought about a phenomenon. Tier 1 medicinal pills would occasionally come out as transcendent grade. However, a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill had never appeared in the state of Qin before. Hence, Wang Jinfu really wanted to see just what effects this medicinal pill had. Seeing everyone look at her with expectant eyes, Feng Ruoqing obviously did not feel nice to reject. In reality, she was also curious just how mystical this so-called transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was. Even if Feng Ruoqing was the only one who believed that Yi Yuan could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill among this crowd, the shock that she currently felt was no less than the rest. Feng Ruoqing felt that it was extremely appropriate for Wang Jinfu to use the word miracle to describe Yi Yuan's refinement just now. Since that's the case, then test it out. Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and their eyes shone with antic. 1p Asian. Ha ha ha. I finally refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I'm also an alchemy master now. Right at this moment, a somewhat crazed laughter echoed out. The audience involuntarily turned to look, only to see Feng Jiro. This made everyone recall that there were still 2 examinees who had not come out yet. Feng Jiro caught sight of Feng Ruoqing and danced with joy. "Russ." Hi plussing in front of her, she shook her hands as she said, "Aunt, I actually refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I didn't expect Yi Yuan that punk to really have a few tricks up his sleeves. He casually gave a few pointers, and I refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Now, I'm also an alchemy master." "What? Yi Yuan gave you pointers?" Feng Ruoqing asked in bewilderment. "Yeah. He said that my cultivation law restricted my soul strength, so he told me not to refine with full strength. I followed his method and really refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Although what was refined is only the lowest Tier 2 medicinal pill, at least it succeeded. Yi. Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me he's not out yet. Feng Jiro still had not sensed the unusual atmosphere and carried on talking by herself. Feng Ruoqing, Wang Jinfu, and Sun Jianming exchanged glances and saw the wordless shock in each other's eyes. Casually gave a few pointers and he could make Feng Jiro advance to Alchemy Master. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? Right now, the Alchemist Association's training room was already packed with people. 2 Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists stood in the center of the training room. They were the martial artists who would test this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. Testing a medicinal pill's effects was a highly dangerous matter. That was because No body knew what kind of consequence would result from eating the medicinal pill. However, testing a very mature medicinal pill such as the strengthening pill would not be too dangerous. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would only make someone stronger. It naturally would not cause any harm to a martial artist's body. These 2 martial artists were decided after an intense debate. One was called Cheng Hua, while the other was called Zhu Qiong. Cheng Hua was at the 1st level Spirit Condensation Realm, while Zhu Qiong was at the 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm. There was a difference of 4 minor cultivation realms between the 2 of them, which also meant a minor stage gap. This gap was huge. It was highly difficult to jump ranks and battle within the Spirit Condensation Realm. It was because the difference was very large even between 1 minor cultivation realm. Not to mention 4 minor cultivation realms. A Tier 2 strengthening pill, even if it was a high-grade Tier 2 strengthening pill, could not allow a 1st-level Spirit Condensation Realm martial artist to defeat a 2nd-level Spirit Condensation Realm even after the partial strengthening. Unless the 2nd-level Spirit Condensation Realm stood still there for him to hit. However, No body had ever tried a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill's effects. Hence, as a precautionary measure, the powerful Zhu Qiong was chosen to be the sandbag to avoid accidental injuries. Zhu Qiong's mission was to stand there and take an attack head-on from Cheng Hua. Even so, Zhu Qiong did not feel that Cheng Hua could hurt him. The difference between them was not something that could be breached using medicinal pills. Even if it was a transcendent grade medicinal pill, under everyone's eyes, Cheng Hua consumed the transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill which Yi Yuan refined. Many people were envious of Cheng Hua. He was the first martial artist in the state of Qin to consume a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Haha. How's the feeling of eating a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Zhu Qiong asked with a laugh. Cheng Hua, who initially had his eyes closed to sense the medicinal strength, opened his eyes and flashed Zhu Qiong a smile. I feel I'm full of power. I'm attacking. Be careful, brother Zhu. Zhu Qiong also gave a laugh as he said boldly, come on. Even a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill can't compensate for the enormous difference in cultivation realms. Cheng Hua did not waste his breath and threw a punch. A single fist struck out, and then there was silence. Chapter 68, Or from a Single Fist. Chapter 68, Or from a Single Fist. Zhu Qiong really became a sandbag. He was punched away flying like one. Zhu Qiong flew over 30 meters before he barely managed to stop. His face was pale like paper, and a line of fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he suffered internal injuries that were not light. Cheng Hua looked at his fist, and then looked at Zhu Qiong blankly. Did I really unleash that fist just now? Cheng Hua felt like he was dreaming. Just now, when the medicinal pill reached his stomach, he casually directed the medicinal strength into his right arm. Following which, he felt his right arm surged with a violent strength. This surging strength made him feel like he had to expend it. In accordance with the prior arrangement, Cheng Hua did not use any martial techniques. Just a simple punch. But this simple punch managed to injure a 5th-level Spirit Condensation Realm expert. Brother Zhu, are you okay? Cheng Hua did not have any intention of hurting anyone. But the fact was he had injured Zhu Qiong. Still alright. Zhu Qiong did not expect the strengthened punch to be so incredibly powerful to actually injure him. Of course, This punch did not cause him any substantial injuries. After all, Cheng Hua did not use any martial technique, so this strength naturally was not fully unleashed. The defensive might of a 5th-level spirit condensation realm was highly terrifying. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to harm a 5th-level spirit condensation realm, even if he ate medicinal pills. Yet now, Cheng Hua truly injured him. Currently, Zhu Qiong was terrified. Luckily just now, they stipulated not to use martial techniques. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he could even stand up straight right now. Zhu Qiong did not underestimate him just because he was a 1st-level spirit condensation realm. In fact, he already used the bulk of his essence energy to block. Cheng Hua injured him under this kind of circum stance. Quick! Let Zhu Qiong take this medicinal pill. WNG Jinfu was the first to react, and the first thing he did was to treat Zhu Qiong's injuries. A transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill is actually this horrifying. It actually allowed a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to injure a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Sun Jianming muttered under his breath. This was his first time witnessing the might of a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill. That scene just now was too astonished. Hi+ing. This was not some small-scale fight like back then with Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping. Cheng Hua and Zhu Qiong were both spirit condensation realm experts. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was too hard. That's right. That's to say, if a 1st-level spirit condensation realm possessed such a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill, they would be able to jump ranks to defeat a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert under specific conditions. As for 4th-level spirit condensation realm, there's virtually no chance of survival under that blow just now, Sun Jianming stated his analysis. After he finished speaking, Sun Jianming also jumped in fright at his analysis. Wang Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. If this sort of medicinal pills could be Ma.S produced, then wouldn't cultivation realms become a joke? It was true that even with this medicinal pill, it would be very challenging for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to defeat a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. The effects of the strengthening pill was only partial strengthening and would not increase the martial artist's overall strength. Theoretically, it could let him kill a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. However, the required conditions were too harsh. It was virtually impossible in actual combat. But even so, the significance of a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill was too great. That was because once someone consumed such a medicinal pill, it would be possible for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to jump ranks and challenge a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm, or even a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, it would become a common sight. If that happened, cultivation would indeed become a joke. A person trained bitterly to advance one minor cultivation realm, and it was inferior to other people that ate a single medicinal pill. Don't joke around. How can this sort of medicinal pills be Ma.S produced? Our state of Qin has been established for so many years, and hasn't only this one transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill appeared so far? Sun Jianming shook his head and said. Wang Jinfu thought the same as well. Yi Yuan was indeed monstrous, but it was most likely impossible to make him Ma.S produce transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills. However, at this moment Feng Ruoqing voiced out, both elders, don't forget, Yi Yuan is only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm right now. Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming trembled. That was right. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. If he rose a few more minor cultivation realms, maybe even after crossing the threshold called spirit condensation realm, would refining transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills still be hard? Yin-yang separation flow technique at the legendary realm lowered the soul strength requirement to the minimum. Even if Yi Yuan's soul strength after advancing to the spirit condensation realm was insufficient to advance to alchemy master, would refining transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills not be like playing for him? Wang Jinfu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan held extraordinary significance to the entire state of Qin. That was because in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world, only he alone could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills. Wang Jinfu's face suddenly turned icy. The aura of a spirit condensation realm spread out, making everyone present feel tremendous pressure. All of you here listen up. Nobody is allowed to go out and spread about the matter of Yi Yuan refining a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill today. Everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath right now. Chairman's son and I will supervise you all. Of course, you can choose not to swear, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of the Alchemist Association, WNG Jinfu warned grimly. What? Heavenly Tao oath? You want us to swear a heavenly Tao oath? Based on what? Wang Jinfu's words immediately drew some people's ire. Heavenly Tao oath was different from ordinary oaths. Once a heavenly Tao oath was sworn, one could not violate it for life. Otherwise, the heavens would smite them dead. Regardless of whether in the divine realm or in the lower realms, nobody could go against a heavenly Tao oath. Wan Yuan was also present. Currently, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He originally came here today wanting to show off. Who would have thought that all the limelight would be SNTC head away by Yi Yuan alone? Wan Yuan did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan knew alchemy, but he was also even monstrous to such a degree. After watching the might of Cheng Hua's fist, he made the decision that he would definitely spread what happened today after he left. He believed that there would be many forces interested in Yi Yuan. But now, this plan fell through. WNG Jinfu actually forced everyone to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Zhu Qiong, Cheng Hua, the two of you lead everyone in swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Wang Jinfu commanded. Yes. These two people belonged to the Alchemist Association from the start, so they obviously had to listen to Wang Jinfu's orders. Master, do I have to swear too? I won't spread it. Gritting his teeth, Wan Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Wang Jinfu had long forgotten about this convenient disciple and did not expect him to jump out by himself now, so he said coldly, even Feng and Qiyun have to swear. Are you more special than them? Wang Jinfu was a genuine spirit condensation realm expert. Under his powerful pressure, Wan Yuan felt that his consciousness was about to collapse. I swear. Yi Yuan's words made Wang Jinfu come to realize the truth. He was already thoroughly disgusted with Wan Yuan. If not for Wang Donghai's face, he would definitely teach Wan Yuan a lesson. Just like that, under Wang Jinfu's coercion, everyone swore a heavenly Tao oath. Except himself, Sun Jianming, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro. Even though everyone was furious about this arrangement, nobody dared to come forward. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and the Alchemist Association was too strong. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Early morning, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion started their business as usual. Except, it remained deserted like before. Feng San sat on a wooden armchair and held a book as he leisurely read. He was bored out of his mind these past few days. He worked in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion for so many years, and it was always so busy that it made him dizzy. He constantly wanted to find time to relax. Now that he actually had free time, Feng San felt completely uncomfortable. His eyes were on the book, but his heart was not. What made Feng San curious was about young Master Yi Yuan. Yesterday, after he came back from the alchemist test, he was utterly exhausted. What medicinal pill did he refine to be so drained? What made him even more curious was that halfway through the night, Yi Yuan came out full of vigor. He even recovered most of his essence energy. Afterward, young master brought Luer back to the Danwu Academy that very night. Did young master get into trouble again, and returned to the academy to avoid a disaster? But young master went to the Alchemist Association yesterday. He could not have turned the Alchemist Association upside down, right? The more Feng San thought about it, the more he felt it was so. With young master's former personality, he could seriously do something like that. Did young master get well for a few days, and went back to his old habits again? Just as Feng San's imagination was running wild, several old men entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Even though the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business had become slow, there were still some people coming and going. After all, they conducted business fairly. Feng San did not pay any heed to the few people who came in and continued staring blankly at the book in his hands. There were naturally attendants to take care of these small matters. Are you the shopkeeper? The three of us wish to request an interview with Mr. Yi Hang about something. Please pass the word, one of the old men said. Only then did Feng San give him a glance lazily. But this glance made him jump in shock because the 3 stars on these 3 old men's chests were too blinding. 2 of the old men had red color badges on their chest, while the 3-star badge of the old man in the center was actually golden. 3 alchemy grandmasters came here together. The Alchemist Association would distinguish alchemists of the same star by using color. Blue as low rank, red as middle rank, and golden as high rank. In the entire state of Qin, only one person possessed a golden badge. That person was the Alchemist Association's Lord Chairman, Wu Daofeng, the Adent. One ties of the other 2 people were almost certainly Deputy Chairman Wang Jinfu and Deputy Chairman Sun Jianming. The 3 major heads with the greatest weight in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world came forth together. What major event happened? Feng San hastily got up, went in front of the 3 to give a deep bow, and he asked respectfully, "This lowly one welcomes the 3 lord. May I ask why the 3 lords are looking for the owner?" "Oh, you know who we are." Wang Jinfu felt very pleased with Feng San's attitude. Feng San hurriedly said, "You must be joking, my lord. Even though this lowly one has never seen the 3 lords, I still have some knowledge. Who could don those badges other than the 3 lords? Ha ha. This shopkeeper is indeed very considerate. No wonder Mr. Yi Hang placed you in an important position. The 3 of us came here for Yi Yuan, and we wish to meet with your boss. Could you pass the message?" Wang Jinfu was very courteous with his words, but Feng San's mind was blown. Recalling Yi Yuan's unusual action yesterday night, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. That rascal really acted up again. This time around, even Lord Wu Daofeng personally came to call him to account. Yi Yuan was poking a hole in the sky. Wu Daofeng had always been living a secluded life. Just how much trouble did that punk, Yi Yuan, cause to alarm this major figure? The drunken star manners issue already left them bruised and battered. Now, there was the Alchemist Association. Did the heavens really want the fragrant medicine pavilion to perish? Wu Daofeng kept quiet all this time. But seeing Feng San's pace out, he could not help asking, "Shopkeeper, is there any difficulty?" Feng San recovered from his stupor, and then he pulled a long face and said, "My apologies, 3 lords. Our owner entered a death seclusion a few days ago. I'm afraid he won't be coming out soon." After saying that, Feng San's heart palpitated and could not resist sneaking a peek at Wu Daofeng. He discovered that the 3 of them exchanged glances, which revealed a deep disappointment. Feng San was a little curious. Looking at the 3 of them, it did not look like they were here to confront. But if they did not come to confront about something, then why did the 3 of them come together? Feng San was utterly baffled. "Then, is your young master, Yi Yuan, around? We can also look for him." Right then, Wang Jinfu opened his mouth. Feng San felt a little guilty as he gave in. 3 lords, young master returned to the academy yesterday night. The 3 people exchanged looks again. Wang Jinfu shook his head and sighed. "Looks like that punk is intentionally hiding from us. How can that fellow, Jiang Yunhe, let Yi Yuan go after he returns to the academy?" Wu Daofeng seemed to be pondering, but no one knew what he was thinking about either. After some time, he said, "Shopkeeper, don't let your imagination run wild. We actually came here today to deliver Yi Yuan's badge. He said the Alchemist Association's test yesterday. Since he's not around, then we will the badge to you. I have to trouble shopkeeper to personally go down and deliver this to Yi Yuan's hands." When Feng San heard deliver badge, he immediately relaxed. So young master really became promising, to have said the alchemy apprentice test. At least the owner had a successor now. However, he quickly grew suspicious again. It was just a badge. Why would it trouble the 3 major heads of the Association to personally deliver it? Was delivering the badge a pretense and finding the owner to discuss a major matter was the actual intent instead? Thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, Yi Yuan was a junior. There was no way the three major heads would be dispatched. Although Yi Hang was not qualified yet, because of the Drunken Star Manners essence gathering pill, the entire situation in the capital had become abnormal. It was also understandable for these three major figures to come and find Yi Hang. After all, Yi Hang was also an alchemy grandmaster, an important figure in the capital. Connecting the dots, Feng San felt like he finally understood the other party's purpose of visit. He quickly said, no trouble at all. To be of service for the three lords is this lowly one's honor. I will go to the Danwu Academy right away and personally hand this badge over to young master. Jinfu, give the badge to the shopkeeper, Wu Daofeng said calmly. This. Why don't we go down personally? In case. WNG Jinfu did not take out the badge right away and was somewhat hesitant. No need. The AS Association has never interfered with local affairs. We can't break this rule. With our status, it's not appropriate for us to appear at the Danwu Academy. Don't worry. In terms of alchemy, who can compare to the Alchemist AS Association? Wu Daofeng said. Wang Jinfu's eyes lit up. Lord Chairman is still more foresighted. This old one understands. Fineness. Plussing his words, Wang Jinfu retrieved the badge, and then he handed it over to Feng San. He said, we have to trouble you, shopkeeper. However, please don't reveal this matter of you delivering the badge. Although this matter can't be hidden for long, every moment counts. Feng San was confused. It was just an alchemy apprentice badge. Why were these lords taking it so seriously? Was this not blowing things out of proportion? However, when his two eyes landed on the badge in Wang Jinfu's hands, they became wide circles as his eyes were involuntarily glued to the badge. Only to see that 2 stars were sewn on that blue color badge. Isn't this an alchemy master's badge? Was there a mistake? Chapter 70. Denied entrance. Chapter 70. Denied entrance. What? You're saying that Yi Yuan Par S said the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence Qi realm strength? Jiang Yunhe had not lost his composure like this for a long time. But the news brought by Feng Ruoqing overwhelmed him. Yes. Not only did he Par SS the low-rank alchemy master test, he even refined a transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill during the test. Upon testing, a first-level spirit condensation realm after consuming the pill would possess the strength to threaten a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Feng Ruoqing seemed like she would not give up until she shocked people to death with her words. Transcendent grade. Tier 2 medicinal pill? First-level spirit condensation realm threatening a 5th-level spirit condensation realm? Jiang Yunhe's brain short-circuited. What Feng Ruoqing said had completely said his understanding. Feng Ruoqing wanted to laugh watching Jiang Yunhe lose composure in such a manner. She had been here at the Danwu Academy for several years but had never seen Jiang Yunhe in this state. Could it be that Yi Yuan was born with a powerful soul strength that already reached the alchemy master realm? After some time, Jiang Yunhe finally asked. But Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, that's not it. His soul strength isn't that strong. It's only slightly stronger than the average person. He could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill because he used the yin-yang separation flow technique. Yin-yang separation flow technique. Even if it's the yin-yang separation flow technique, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Truth be told, Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique has already reached the legendary stage. Even now when Feng Ruoqing said this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Legendary stage, that by itself was a legend. It was virtually impossible to reach that stage. Even those old people who lost all their teeth in the Alchemist AS Association did not manage to train any alchemy technique to the legendary stage, let alone the even more challenging yin-yang separation flow technique. Jiang Yunhe, who was already shocked until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, was shocked once more. He stared at Feng Ruoqing for some time before confirming that she did not lie. Just what lucky encounter did this Yi Yuan had? Isn't this too unbelievable? Feng Ruoqing seemed to be well prepared. He obviously won't reveal this sort of thing. But my guess is there should be an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, and it's impossible for that person to be his father. The way I see it, this alchemist is definitely not limited to the Alchemy King realm. Jiang Yunhe paced about to digest the news that Feng Ruoqing brought back. It seemed that Feng Ruoqing's guess should be the closest to the truth. Otherwise, it could not explain how Yi Yuan possessed such monstrous alchemic talent at such a young age. After a long time, Jiang Yunhe said, "Such a figure is too terrifying. It's best to not provoke. It's just that I don't understand. Since Yi Yuan has such an incredible master, why would he come to the Danwu Academy?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "I also thought about this question. Most likely, it's to train his disciple. There is this possibility. You said WNG Jinfu and Sun Jianming, those two geezers, also knows about this. They definitely won't let Yi Yuan go. Come, let's quickly find Yi Yuan." As he was saying this, Jiang Yunhe wanted to rush out. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Relax, Dean. After returning to the academy, I'd already visited the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Yi Yuan has already returned to the academy during the night. Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng brought the two deputy chairmen in vain. Grandmaster Yi Hang is also coincidentally in a closed-door seclusion, so the three of them returned empty-handed. Finally, they could only request the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper, Feng San, to deliver the badge to the academy." Jiang Yunhe let out a huge sigh of relief. Laughing out loud, he then said, "Haha. To think old man Wu would actually be denied entrance. I think his face back then would have been very interesting. Yi Yuan must have definitely predicted this situation, that's why he rushed back through the night. It looks like his feelings for the academy is very deep. Since Yi Yuan's back at the academy, quickly bring him to see me. No, I'll personally go visit him." Jiang Yunhe brought Feng Ruoqing to Yi Yuan's residence and did not alarm other people. Personally visiting a student with his status would definitely cause a huge uproar in the academy. Except, Jiang Yunhe did not manage to meet with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered the training room after returning to the academy. But Jiang Yunhe saw Lu'er and Feng San at Yi Yuan's residence. However, they did not recognize Jiang Yunhe. Lu'er was very familiar with Feng Ruoqing though. "Teacher Feng is here to look for young master?" "Yeah. Didn't he come back yesterday night?" "Where is he?" "Young master said that he felt he was going to break through, so he entered a closed-door seclusion right away after returning." Shopkeeper Feng San didn't get to see him either. Jiang Yunhe was stunned. What breakthrough? This rascal was clearly hiding from everyone. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm. How could it be possible for another breakthrough so soon? Even though Yi Yuan's breakthroughs previously were indeed fast, but for every increment in cultivation realm in the Essence Qi realm, the difficulty would also become greater. How could it be so easy to break through from the 4th level Essence Qi realm to the 5th level Essence Qi realm? Furthermore, even if he broke through, his cultivation realm rose too quickly would inevitably affect future cultivation growth. This way of doing things was just not worth it. There was such a powerful teacher behind Yi Yuan, how could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Hence, Yi Yuan must definitely be hiding from everyone. This brat caused such a huge upheaval, yet he hid himself and avoided meeting anyone. How irresponsible. Jiang Yunhe felt very depressed. He came to visit a junior with his status and was actually denied entrant. Just now, he was still laughing at Wu Daofeng. He did not think that karma would strike instantly, and it was his turn so soon. But one had to acknowledge that a closed-door seclusion was an excellent excuse. When martial artists were cultivating, it was taboo for them to be interrupted during closed seclusion. Even if Jiang Yunhe was the dean, he also could not casually interrupt Yi Yuan's closed-door seclusion. Feng Ruoqing did not expect this result either, and so she said helplessly, "Then forgive our disturbance, Miss Lu'er. If Yi Yuan exits seclusion, could Miss Lu'er please tell him to look for the Lord Dean at the back of the mountain, Cloud Wave Court?" Lu'er blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Feng. Lu'er will remember." Lu'er was naive and did not understand Feng Ruoqing's meaning. However, Feng San was proficient in the ways of the world. His entire body quivered when he heard this, and his eyes sneaked a peek at Jiang Yunhe. Initially, he only faintly felt how powerful this person was, but at this moment, he was able to guess Jiang Yunhe's ident. 1 Tai. Feng San did not expect the dignified Dan Wu Academy's dean would come to look for Yi Yuan personally. Recalling this morning where Lord Wu Daofeng also visited personally to deliver the badge, Feng San was incomparably shocked. Ever since he received the badge in the morning, Feng San knew that Wu Daofeng did not come to look for Yi Hang. They came to look for Yi Yuan. Having been the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper for so many years, No Body was clearer than him about what a 4th-level Essence Qi Realm Alchemy Master meant. The two most powerful, most influential big shots went so far as to personally visit his young master. Hoo-hoo. Watching Jiang Yunhe and Feng Ruoqing in the distance, Feng San let out a long breath. Young Master Yi Yuan really could not compare with the past. He had already gone from a silk pants to becoming a top genius in the entire state of Qin. Even major figures like Jiang Yunhe and Wu Daofeng were fighting to win over his young master. Oh Lu'er, our family's young master Yi Yuan has finally become capable. Feng San sighed emotionally. But Lu'er pouted her lips, and she said with a smile, young master has already been amazing. It's just that you all misunderstood him in the past. Feng San looked at Lu'er speechlessly. Chapter 71. A Scheme. Chapter 71. A Scheme. It was true that Yi Yuan was hiding from everyone. However, he was really in a closed-door seclusion. Since his 4th-level Essence Qi Realm cultivation had already been consolidated, he could not wait to increase his strength. Yi Yuan's essence energy was thoroughly exhausted in refining the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was indeed an incredible burden on his body. Presently, Yi Yuan was recovering his exhausted essence energy in order to adjust himself to his peak condition. Following that, he planned to take transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills to break through to the 6th-level Essence Qi realm in one stroke. Of course, the amount of time required to break through to the 6th-level Essence Qi realm could not be compared with back then from the 1st-level Essence Qi realm to the 3rd-level Essence Qi realm. The second stage of the Essence Qi realm. Every time one's cultivation realm rose, the essence energy required also increased by a large quant. 1 Tai. Although Yi Yuan had sufficient transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills, he still needed time to digest them. In addition, what he trained in was the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art, so the essence energy expended was several times of the average person. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He had plenty of time. He will be in closed-door seclusion for a few days first to let those people get busy and leave him alone. Jiang Yunhe was certainly very busy. After failing to meet Yi Yuan, he left the Dan Wu Academy. In reality, Jiang Yunhe had always been busy. He actually spent very little time in the academy. No Body knew what he went out to do. He happened to be back at the academy these few days and found out that such a dazzling new star rose within a month. However, Yi Yuan required time to grow no matter how talented he was. After all, he was only at the 4th-level Essence Qi realm. As long as Yi Yuan was in the Dan Wu Academy, Jiang Yunhe need not worry about this genius running away. Since Yi Yuan chose the Dan Wu Academy, it was impossible for Wu Daofeng to come to the Dan Wu Academy personally to headhunt people. After making it through the initial shock and having thought through this part, Jiang Yunhe naturally had to get busy with his own matters. There was no way he would wait here specifically for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Yet at this time, Lu'er welcomed an unexpected guest. Someone who claimed to be a student from the Academy's General Affairs Department was looking for her. This junior apprentice sister is Lu'er? The student's attitude was very haughty. Lu'er was a little perplexed, but she still responded, yes. May I ask who this senior apprentice brother is? I'm a student manager from the General Affairs Departments. The name's Zhong Heng. So it's senior apprentice brother Zhong Heng. I wonder if you are looking for Lu'er for something? Although Lu'er was innocent, she was not dumb. This Zhong Heng would not find her for no reason, and looking at his attitude it did not seem to be friendly. As expected, Zhong Heng opened his mouth and said, Of course I'm finding you for something. Since you already said the entry advancement test and became the Academy's yellow rank student, why didn't you report to the General Affairs Department? Luo was at a loss. She never knew there was such a rule. One still had to report to the General Affairs Department after becoming the Academy's student. Please overlook it, senior apprentice brother. Luo has just been admitted, and there are still many things that I don't know. It's just, why must I report to the department after becoming a yellow rank student? Luo asked neither haughtily nor humbly. Zheng Heng gave a cold smile and said, such a large Danwu Academy is accommodating for so many students. Are we just going to sit idle and eat? Since we became the Academy's students, we naturally have to help out in the Academy. Hence, all yellow rank students who said the entry advancement test have to do 1 month of miscellaneous tasks. This is the Academy's rule. You became the Academy's student, but instead of learning the Academy's rules properly, you even want other people to help you complete your miscellaneous jobs. Simply shameless. This Zheng Heng did not lie. There was really such a rule in the Danwu Academy. But it was a little too much to speak to a girl like this. Furthermore, Luo did not neglect work on purpose. She really did not know anything. She had only arrived at the Academy for several days, so even if she was absent from work, it was not a big deal. Zheng Heng was obviously here to find fault. Luo did not feel anything about doing a month of chapter ORS. Except, Yi Yuan was currently in a closed-door seclusion. If he exited seclusion and could not find her, he would definitely be worried. Can senior apprentice brother allow me to wait for a few days? My young master is currently in a closed-door seclusion, and if he can't find me when he exits, he will definitely get worried. After my young master leaves seclusion, I will definitely report to the General Affairs, Luo requested cautiously. Who would have thought that Zheng Heng would rage after hearing that? What a joke. Who do you think your young master is? Is he bigger than the Academy's rules? You've already delayed for several days. How many more days do you want to delay? Every new student will be recorded in the books, and they would have the initiative to do their job. Are you the only exception? Hearing Zheng Heng verbally insulted her young master, Luo was so angry that tears were pooling in her eyes. But she knew that young master still had Wn Yuan, an opponent in the Academy, and so she did not want to cause trouble for him. Hence, she held back her tears and said, Luo requests senior apprentice brother to allow a few days' grace. I will definitely report there. At that time, even if you arrange 2 months of chapter ORS for me, I won't mind. However, Zheng Heng did not seem to have any intention of being tender towards women. He smiled coldly and said, anyway, I've already informed you. It's your call whether you go or not. But I will say the nasty things first. If I don't see you report at the General Affairs today, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the instructor. In accordance with the Academy's rules, you can just wait to be expelled. Hearing the word expelled, Luo shuddered. Young master was currently like the noon sun. If she were expelled, then would it not make young master a laughingstock? That was definitely not a result that Luo wanted to see. Without question, this word struck Luo's weak point. Seeing Luo's restless look, a ruminating look could be seen in Zheng Heng's eyes. Ha ha. What has it got to do with me after your young master comes out? It's because I know that he's in a closed-door seclusion. That's why I came to look for you and cause trouble. Zheng Heng was laughing coldly in his heart. Zheng Heng pretended to have lost his patience, turned around, and was about to leave. Looking at the situation, Luo did not dare to delay. She quickly called out, wait, senior apprentice brother. I will go with you to the General Affairs. It's just, can you let me leave a note for my young master? One had to acknowledge that Luo was overly innocent. She even thought that this Zheng Heng was an upright and outspoken person, which was why he came to find her. Who would have known that he was scheming and came to find trouble? If Luo secretly left a token or note, then Yi Yuan would know what happened. But now that she told Zheng Heng she wanted to leave a note, how could Zheng Heng allow her to do that? Zheng Heng said impatiently, if you are leaving, then just go. Why are there so many things? I'm leaving. Handle it by yourself. Fineness. Hi+ing, he really turned around and left. Luer hesitated for a moment and returned to the house to leave a note before going. Of course, Luer was not aware that Yi Yuan would not see her note. Yi Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He was currently at the critical juncture of assaulting the 5th level Essence Qi realm. He threw transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills into his mouth like they were sweets, and continuously refined the medicinal strength with the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art. The essence energy within his dantian became increasingly abundant, and he got closer and closer to the 5th level Essence Qi realm. Finally, Yi Yuan burst through the barrier in one shot, and he broke through to the 5th level Essence Qi realm. At this rate, these Essence Qi pills aren't even enough. This stupid cultivation law is too voracious. This is still the Essence Qi realm, and the consumption is already multiple times greater than the average person's. Won't it be HELL at the spirit condensation realm? Old Dad might be rich, but even he can't sustain this torment. Yi Yuan watched the transcendent-grade Essence Qi pills being severely depleted. He could not resist criticizing the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang Divine Art. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. 2 days later, in a medicine garden behind the mountain, a young lady dressed in green was currently weeding. There were many dirt stains on the young lady's face, and her hair was also disordered. Sweat beads dripped down her forehead, and her clothing also was somewhat in tatters. She looked very pitiful. However, this young lady's face gave out a stubborn expression, as she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. This young lady was precisely Luer, who was forced to come here by Zhongheng. She had basically been slogging in the medicine garden for the past 2 days without stopping. The formerly dainty and exquisite Luer was gone, and what replaced it was a haggard face full of exhaustion. Weeding was not a very tiring job for martial artists. Even if they did not rest or sleep for several days, they would not end up like this. However, weeding in the medicine garden was not such a relaxing job. The weeds in the spiritual fields were very deeply rooted because of nourishment from the thick heaven and earth essence energy. One had to utilize essence energy to remove them. Like this, weeding became hard labor. There was no one willing to do this job in the academy. Hence, they would let those newbies who just entered the academy do this sort of things. In reality, the majority of those doing these chapter ORS were commoners. The aristocrats just have to bribe a little, and they would be easily exempted. Zhongheng used Luer avoiding her tasks as an excuse to arrange a much heavier workload for her compared to the others. Luer had virtually zero rest during these 2 days, but she only finished less than half of her workload. Due to her continuously expending her essence energy these 2 days, Luer's stamina was already depleted. That was why she appeared so fatigued. 2 youths were currently sipping tea and chatting in the small pavilion overlooking the medicine garden. They looked very pleased. Senior apprentice brother Lin, this junior apprentice brother can't bear to torment such a dainty and cute beauty like this. Zhongheng shook his head and sighed. However, there was no trace of unwillingness on his facial expression. The youth sitting opposite him was precisely Lin Tiancheng. And finding trouble for Luer was something he single-handed engineered. In the Danwu Academy, there were very few heaven rank students, and their status was extremely aloof. Generally speaking, the academy would not arrange for them to do anything specific. They just had to cultivate diligently. All of the chapter ORS in the academy were mostly handled by the Earth rank students. Just like Zhao Chunyang, he was sent out by the General Affairs Department to stand guard over the scripture library. Hence, the authority of the department was actually quite significant. There were plenty of ways to mess with people. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the head student of the General Affairs Department was Lin Tiancheng. Apart from an instructor who did not involve himself too much, Lin Tiancheng's authority was the highest. Ever since he was humiliated by Yi Yuan at the illusionary spirit tower, and with Liu Ruoshui inciting things by the side, Lin Tiancheng started to resent Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently like the noon sun in the academy, so naturally, he did not dare to seek Yi Yuan out. But it was not hard to find trouble with Luer. 2 days ago, he heard that Yi Yuan happened to enter a closed-door seclusion, So he found a reason to send Zhongheng over to find trouble with Lu Er and instructed her to remove weeds in the medicine garden. Lin Tiancheng sipped his tea and smiled as he said, "Don't pretend to be a bodhisattva with me as if I don't know you. I let you take charge of this medicine garden, and God knows how many girls you have harmed. Would you pity this young Lane SS?" Hearing this, Zhongheng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to senior apprentice brother Lin's care. That's why when senior apprentice brother Lin came to look for me, I didn't say a word and just did it." Lin Tiancheng nodded approvingly and said, "At least you are sensible, punk. I'm very pleased with the way this matter was dealt with. You can do whatever you want with that chick, no need to give me any face." When Zhongheng heard this, a trace of wickedness flickered across his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's real. I really want to see what kind of expression Yi Yuan would have after he exits seclusion only to see that his maidservant was violated." Lin Tiancheng's eyes filled with hatred when he mentioned Yi Yuan. That day at the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan made him completely lose face. Afterward, many students secretly spread about what happened that day, which greatly diminished his prestige among the Earth rank students. This was the reason why he wanted to take revenge so badly. Zhongheng was thrilled. "Since that's the case, then I, junior apprentice brother, won't stand on ceremony. Senior apprentice brother Lin really gave this little brother a huge gift. Even though this girl is young, in terms of appearance, she is outstanding. It's just, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan would come to find me after exiting seclusion." Lin Tiancheng looked at Zhongheng calmly and said with a cold smile, "No matter how powerful that Yi Yuan is, he's only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. You are at any rate a 9th level essence Qi realm. Are you still scared of him? If he confronts you, then just let him come. When that happens, give him a brutal beating. You can help me vent this frustration at the same time. By the time he grows up, you would have graduated already. Why be scared of him?" Zhongheng gave heavy praises when he heard it. "Haha. It's still senior apprentice brother Lin who have great foresight. You've already considered everything. I'm somewhat looking forward to Yi Yuan's furious and exasperated expression now." "Finest." Hi plusing, Lin Tiancheng and Zhongheng exchanged glances and started laughing in unison. Lin Tiancheng was naturally unaware of Yi Yuan's performance in the illusionary spirit tower. He thought that he overconfidently challenged the Earth rank advancement test and ended up being instantly killed. He also thought that Yi Yuan had just barely made it past the Black rank advancement test. Hence, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan at most had the strength of an 8th level essence Qi realm. Zhongheng might be older, but he was already a veteran 9th level essence Qi realm who similarly had the ability to jump ranks and battle. So it was obvious he could not lose to Yi Yuan. This seclusion of Yi Yuan lasted 4 days. Presently, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's dantian was surging as he impacted the 6th level essence Qi realm bottleneck repeatedly. Yi Yuan had already broken through to the 5th level essence Qi realm 3 days ago. After consolidating his cultivation realm a little, Yi Yuan continued eating transcendent grade essence Qi pills to impact the 6th level essence Qi realm. To him, there was not much difference between the 5th level essence Qi realm and the 6th level essence Qi realm. It was just how many transcendent grade essence Qi pills he needed to consume. Yi Yuan consumed transcendent grade essence Qi pills non-stop and repeatedly tempered the essence energy using the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang divine art. Finally, after consuming several hundred transcendent grade essence Qi pills, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level essence Qi realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan felt like his entire body was bursting with strength after breaking through 2 cultivation realms consecutively. A feeling of discomfort had arisen unless he used his strength. Revolving his essence energy, Yi Yuan struck out a palm. The air in the training room was compressed to its limits by the power of his palm and gave off a puff-puff explosive sound. Boom! A large hole was dented into the wall of the training room. This big hole was way larger than the first time he used the stacking waves layered palm. It was an attack on an entirely different level. The walls of the training room were special. It could perfectly withstand a peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's full blow. It could be seen just how terrifying Yi Yuan's attack power was to be able to smash such a large hole in the wall. Oh! If I enter the illusionary spirit tower again and use the 8th layer wave, I should be able to kill 3 black-robed martial artists, right? Hee hee. After I break through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm, I will go to the illusionary spirit tower to try it out. Yi Yuan looked at the big hole in the wall and muttered to himself. It should have already been 4 or 5 days. I wonder what happened outside. If I still don't go out, Luo will be worried. Time to exit seclusion. Chapter 73, Luo in danger. Chapter 73, Luo in danger. Luo bent down to pull out the weeds beneath the herbs. These weeds were incredibly stubborn. Each one would make Luo expend a great deal of strength to remove. Even so, Luo did not make any complaint these past few days. She did not wish to cause trouble for young master and did not want to smear dirt on young master's face anymore. The first 2 days, Luo's weeding speed was still very fast. But the next 2 days, her speed suddenly fell. It was because the essence energy in her body was drained. Every now and then, Luo had to meditate for a while to recover essence energy. But this essence energy was used up again very quickly. Like this, her weeding speed became drastically slower. 2 days ago, she had already completed nearly half of it, but the next 2 days, she only finished 70%, and she was getting increasingly slower. Luo's stamina had already been overexhausted far too much. Her upper eyelid and lower eyelid had been trembling all these while. Only an obsessive thought compelled her forward. All of a sudden, a pair of feet appeared in Luo's sight. Luo's face lit up, and she could not resist lifting her head up to see. But she was greatly disappointed after looking up. The person who came was not young master but that hateful senior apprentice brother Zhong. Zhong Heng saw Luo's disappointed expression and smiled coldly as he said, "Why? Didn't see the person you wished to see?" Luo kept silent. Zhong Heng was very displeased with Luo's attitude and flew into a rage. "Humph. IAS signed you the task to get rid of the weeds, but you only completed 70% of it until now. Did you leave so much for me to help you do?" Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she said weakly, I'm already working very hard. Just give me one more day, senior apprentice brother. I can definitely complete it. 1 day? I think even if I gave you 3 days, you also can't complete it. Such a small task and you can't even complete it in 4 or 5 days. You must be slacking off. Zhong Heng snorted coldly. Luo hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. I'm really working very hard at weeding. Hee. I will naturally know whether you are working hard or not. It's useless for you to argue. To punish you for slacking, you have to weed another stretch of the medicine garden. Luo froze when she heard that. What? Weed another stretch of the medicine garden? You don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then fine. Go back, pack your stuff, and be prepared to get lost from the academy. Zhong Heng did not intend to show any sympathy towards a girl. But you already don't have any more strength to do, right? Zhong Heng suddenly smiled and said. Luo nodded feebly. If you don't want to do it, fine. But you have to promise me something. Zhong Heng suddenly changed the subject. Luo did not expect Zhong Heng to suddenly loosen up and naively thought that what he said was the truth. She asked him ecstatically, Is that true? Please say, senior apprentice brother Zhong. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on Zhong Heng's face. Luo's face changed as she only just realized that Zhong Heng did not have any good intentions. As expected, Zhong Heng opened his mouth and said, I didn't think that Miss Luo was so astute. My condition is very simple. I just want Miss Luo to accompany me for 1 night, and that will do. How's that? Isn't this deal worthwhile? Luo was not a stupid person. She was just inexperienced and did not really know the ways of the world. Initially, she only thought that Zhong Heng was an unreasonable person. Now, it looks like he was simply a beast in human clothing. Perhaps he already decided and planned all these, which was why he repeatedly made things difficult for her. Pooh. So, you are this sort of filthy person. Watch me report you to the instructor, Luo said hatefully. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. You're just a newbie who refused to accept your senior apprentice brother's punishment. And because you harbored a grudge in your heart, that's why you slandered your senior apprentice brother. Why don't you tell me whether the instructor will believe you or me? Zhongheng seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. When Zhongheng said that, Lu'er was stunned. Zhongheng could manage the medicine garden for such a long time, which showed that the instructor definitely trusted him very much. Even if she went to complain, if Zhongheng said that, the instructor might really think that she bore a grudge, which was why she defamed senior apprentice brother. You're a really despicable man. Lu'er was so enraged by Zhongheng that her entire body was shaking as she pointed at his nose and yelled. However, Zhongheng did not care at all. He smiled coldly as he said, Lu'er, just think about it. If your young master exits seclusion and hears that his maidservant was expelled right after being admitted into the academy, what kind of feeling would that be? Lu'er was stunned, and her body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Lu'er's expression, Zhongheng was even more pleased. He continued saying, your young master is currently the academy's favorite. But his own maidservant was chased out of the academy. In the future, as long as he stays in the academy, there would be people pointing and gossiping behind his back. They would laugh that he couldn't even manage his own maidservant. Taking advantage of Lu'er being scared out of her wits, Zhongheng slowly moved closer to Lu'er. As he got closer, he continued saying, even though I'm not as talented as your young master, I'm still a respected figure in the academy. You won't suffer from following me. How about it? It's just one night. As he was talking, Zhongheng wanted to use his finger to lift Lu'er's chin. But Lu'er abruptly came round and immediately jumped away. Humph. You should just give up. Even if I die, I won't bring shame on young master. After she said that, Lu'er lifted her hand and slapped towards the top of her head. If this palm landed, the result would definitely be the Pa-sing of a beauty. Zhongheng also did not expect Lu'er to be so decisive and would rather commit suicide than yield. He immediately became furious. Although Lu'er improved amazingly fast, when facing the 9th level Essence Chi Realm Zhongheng, she was still incredibly weak. Furthermore, her essence energy already depleted. How could she possibly succeed in committing suicide? Pa, who knew when a whip appeared in Zhongheng's hands, which coiled around Lu'er's arm, sending her flying. Just like that, Lu'er went cras. Hi+ing out. Lu'er landed heavily on the ground and gave a fled groan. Pa. Another las. Plus this lash landed heavily on Lu'er's. A bloody streak immediately appeared on Lu'er's body, and blood seeped through her clothes. Lane SS who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Want to die? It's not going to be that easy. Zhongheng was infuriated. If Lu'er really committed suicide, he also could not escape responsibility. He was going to graduate soon. He did not want to lose any integrity. Lu'er's actions were making him irritated. Lu'er shrieked, but she ignored the pain as she crawled forward, wanting to grab a circular blue object. Just as Lu'er's hand was about to close in on it, that circular blue object was stepped underfoot by Zhongheng. Give me back the badge. Lu'er endured the intense pain and yelled. Zhongheng Hi+FDD his feet and glanced at the blue item on the ground, and it was indeed a badge. 2 stars were embroidered on it. This was actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. I thought what this is. So, it's an alchemy master badge. I didn't think that you stole something so valuable after only a few days in the academy. Just with this, it's enough to get you expelled. Zhongheng kicked the badge far away. He was apparently still unaware that Yi Yuan had already said the alchemy master test and officially became a low-rank alchemy master. Otherwise, even if he were to have an extra set of BALLS, he also would not dare abuse Lu'er like this. Looking at Zhongheng desecrating young master's badge, the pain Lu'er felt was even worse than her physical pain. Tears finally trickled down uncontrollably. Looking at Lu'er's delicate and pitiful appearance, Zhongheng could no longer hold back the beast inside him. He reached out and tore off a piece of Lu'er's clothing. Afterward, he grabbed Lu'er and dragged her to a corner, and he started to make his move to violate her in broad daylight. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense. Chapter 74, Soul-guiding incense Lu'er. Yi Yuan exited and shouted for Lu'er. But there was no reply. Yi Yuan was very suspicious. Lu'er should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Lu'er was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yi Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhong Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically, all the students were at class. As Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend class. Says. However, it just happened to give Zhong Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Lu'er go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Dan Wu Academy. Yi Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Lu'er have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Lu'er only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yi Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi, why you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yi Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yi Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yi Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yi Yuan killed Chou Ying with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yi Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yi Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. Nobody could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yi Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lu'er go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No. I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lu'er. She also never came to find me." "Why, did something happen to Lu'er?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lu'er was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Dan Wu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, brother Yi." Tang Yu reassured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent. But the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lu'er. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with two people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lu'er's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the yin-yang separation flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. "I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me." Yi Yuan casually threw Feng Ruoqing a piece of paper and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruoqing was very annoyed at his attitude but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it, forget it. Who asked me to owe him? Feng Ruoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Passing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing could not resist asking, "There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients?" Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently, "You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire. You're really treating me like a servant." Feng Ruoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. "If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up." Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruoqing walked to the Red Lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. "What's this?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously again. "Soul-guiding incense." This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. "Soul-guiding incense. What's it used for?" Feng Ruoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Luer's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in mid-air and did not dissipate. The next instant, the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. "Where are you going?" Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly. But Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75, Really Want to Kill Someone. Chapter 75, Really Want to Kill Someone. Luer used her remaining strength to struggle, but this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Luer became more and more terrified and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. Zhongheng slapped Luer's face and spat as he said, "Little b******. You still aren't compliant when you are already like this. You're really asking for a beating." Luer suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhongheng gave a nasty grin and said, "That's right. Much better now. Don't worry. After today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother. Ha ha ha." After saying that, Zhongheng leaned over to carry out that bestial act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhongheng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhongheng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Jong-hung broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this lane SS, who already did not have any strength to retaliate, could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Jong-hung instantly became furious. Luo nearly killed him. Luo struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Luo's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Jong-hung looked at Luo's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9-yin absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9-yin absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth. I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently SHI plus ning brightly, but Luo felt as if her entire body was placed in an icehouse. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, Profound Ice Returns to Dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yi Yuan was teaching Luo, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9-yin absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth into her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name Returns to Dust meant that after using it, from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Luo's aura soared Ma.S. Sively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The time Luo spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the profound ice returns to dust, even if she only at the strength of a 1st level Essence Chi realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi realm. Although Jong-hung was surprised at Luo's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th level Essence Chi realm was still a minor stage lower than him, but he was currently livid because Luo nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his LUST. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Luo to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the academy. But since this lane SS had the 9-yin absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die, Lecher. Luo grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot towards Jong-hung. Jong-hung laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Luo's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Luo was not Yi Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Jong-hung. However, Luo did not care. Before she activated the profound ice returns to dust, she already had the will to die. Luo believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her, trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks. You're underestimating Earth rank students' strength too much, Jong-hung said with a mocking face. Humph. 1,000 illusion hail. Luo cried out as her two hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Pus. Hi plussing both palms out, a hailstone shot towards Jong-hung. Jong-hung was astounded. He did not think that Luo's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Jong-hung's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Jong-hung's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph. Don't blame me for courting death, Lane SS. Snake Shadow Whip. Jong-hung's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Luo from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Luo knew that she was not Jong-hung's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Luer's face. Noticing this, Zhongheng was startled. Only to see that Luer's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Luer did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhongheng did not expect Luer to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Luer's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Luer to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhongheng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Luer's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Luer can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. 2 clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhongheng was aware that Luer did not fear death, but he did not expect that Luer looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Luer, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhongheng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Luer, a force shot out from diagonally. Kai. The force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhongheng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet, it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhongheng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Luer. He did not even spare a glance at Zhongheng. Picking up Luer, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Luer, young master came late. Luer opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yi Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yi Yuan's words grew frostier. Yi Yuan supported Luer to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yi Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoqing. He knew that Feng Ruoqing also came. If Feng Ruoqing makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhongheng. This was a warning. No body responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhongheng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha ha ha. Kill me. You're that Yi Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence Qi realm, wants to jump ranks to kill me? You two, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yi Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yi Yuan had no connections with this Zhongheng. It was even more unlikely for Luer to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhongheng would force Luer to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhongheng recognized Yi Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke. You, a 6th level essence Qi realm, are so F***king arrogant. You think that after passing the black rank advancement test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran Earth rank students? Spare my life. Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhongheng was astonished by Yi Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhongheng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Dan Wu Academy and become an Earth rank student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed, and he said calmly, "One really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph. Reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand? Jongheng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hands. Prajna palm. Jongheng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Jongheng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Jongheng curled the corner of his mouth as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Jongheng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately said through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pew! Jongheng gave a fled groan, and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. Now, will you talk? Yi Yuan continued speaking calmly without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a first-level spirit condensation realm, and Jongheng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die. But Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Jongheng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Jongheng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, "Now, will you talk?" Pew! Jongheng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk. Talk my *SS. Ha ha ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Danwu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then. Kill me. Jongheng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Jongheng pitifully, and he said coldly, "Rules? Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the BALLS, then try breaking the rules for me to see." A 6th-level essence Chi realm punk talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke. Jongheng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because, in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death. Except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now. Except you won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Jongheng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu'er was one of his closest loved ones, and Jongheng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already said his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Jongheng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation." Jongheng finally could not withstand the pressure, and hurriedly shouted. "Talk." Yi Yuan did not feet his palm. He was waiting for Jongheng's answer. "I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say." Jongheng painfully made his decision and threatened him. "Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin." Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Jongheng. Don't. I'll talk. It's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. God knows where Jongheng got the strength from, to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good. You can die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhongheng died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Lu'er to such a state. Lin Tiancheng? Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Lu'er end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Lu'er's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Lu'er. Lu'er already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Lu'er, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Lu'er continued moving forward bit by bit and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that alchemy master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu'er. After Lu'er got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted. Except, she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Lu'er's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ached. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Lu'er. Thank you, Lu'er. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped, and then he retorted, if Feng Zhiro ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead, heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant. But what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the alchemy God realm in the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give ASHI plus T about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, it's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead, became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy. But because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the Academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily. Haha. Sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him. Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed. Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly, would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tiancheng, if he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tiancheng before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. He just said Lu'er over to Feng Ruoqing. If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Lu'er. Feng Zhiro did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? I'm your teacher. Feng Zhiro put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. Support Lu'er up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night. Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Lu'er up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Lu'er's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Jiro trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9 yin frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9 yin divine link meridian was an innate 9 yin absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth cold yin power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Luer's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Luer's face became rosier. But she was still unconscious. "I'll leave Luer to you. I'm going to kill some people." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway but was stopped by 2 students. "What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department?" One of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. Are you joking? The Dan Wu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules? This student was also at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. "I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tiancheng? Ask him to come out and die." Senior apprentice brother Lin. "Were you hit on the head? Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous." The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level Essence Qi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these 2 people and directly forced his way through between the 2 of them. These 2 people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Boom. Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these 2 people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? Someone's causing trouble. Stop him. Quick. Notify senior apprentice brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level Essence Qi realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily, "Who are you? How audacious. Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here?" Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward. Courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th level Essence Qi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th level Essence Qi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th level Essence Qi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. There was only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Dan Wu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice brother Longtang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th level Essence Chi realm, a student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th level Essence Chi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78, Despicable Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 78, Despicable Lin Tiancheng. The Dan Wu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was in the inner court signing tasks to the student managers. All of you, quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tiancheng was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lin. We will do it right away, Finus. Hi+ing. Several people turned around and left. Boom, boom, boom. A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tiancheng frown. Lin Tiancheng had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, crying to Lin Tiancheng, senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said. When Lin Tiancheng heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Luer being bullied by Zhong Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th level Essence Chi realm managed to frighten you all until this manner? That Hu Tai is also a trash, to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th level Essence Chi realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yi Yuan, he isn't only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Not only 4th level Essence Chi realm? Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm? Also not the 5th level Essence Chi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tiancheng became infuriated. Can you not talk like you are out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th level Essence Chi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded non-stop. That's right. Yi Yuan is already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. What? Including Lin Tiancheng, all the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tiancheng lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Just a mere 10 days or so had said, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? He jumped from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. 4th level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm could also be jumped. Just what was happening to this world? The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th level essence chi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th level essence chi realm? After the shock, Lin Tiancheng's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhong Heng. Humph. Just 6th level essence chi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th level essence chi realm. Are you all even Danwu Academy's students? You, go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th level essence chi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tiancheng shamelessly used the people outside as his SHI plus ELD. Lin Tiancheng was not really scared of Yi Yuan. But if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level Essence Chi realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level Essence Chi realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tiancheng just now rushed back. Senior apprentice brother Lin said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tiancheng had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefits. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine. I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level Essence Chi realm. Everyone, attack. Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them, and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level Essence Chi realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level Essence Chi realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly SHI plus F'ing his body. Then, he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but Nobody was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and Pares said through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level Essence Chi realm and the 8th level Essence Chi realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhong Heng, all existences of the 9th level Essence Chi realm. 9th level Essence Chi realm was the pinnacle of existence in the Essence Chi realm. It represented the apex of the Essence Chi realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person. But there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs. Wherever Lin Tiancheng points to, you guys would strike there. My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tiancheng alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up." Chapter 79, You Don't Have the Heart of a Powerhouse. Chapter 79, You Don't Have the Heart of a Powerhouse. What a joke. In the Danwu Academy, nobody has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be King B LLC. Everyone found it extremely comical to see Yi Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Danwu Academy and could also arrange for a death match. But nobody had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yi Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before going to beat the owner." With those words, Yi Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he said through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Apart from heaven rank students and a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tiancheng, they were virtually undefeatable existences in the Danwu Academy. But at this moment, they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were after all 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yi Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people. But he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhongheng just now, nobody was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tiancheng was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yi Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yi Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have this shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time said, their combat power dropped drastically. "Ayo! My arm! Ah! My leg!" The curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of a freak is this guy? 6th level Essence Chi realm and he is this powerful. Stop! Stop! We admit defeat. That's right. Quickly stop. We surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered. After breaking through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm, it would be tough for Yi Yuan to find an opponent in the Essence Chi realm anymore. Yi Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing chapter ORS in the inner court and forcing him to lead the way, Yi Yuan went to where Lin Tiancheng was. Yi Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty, and Lin Tiancheng could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tiancheng escaped from here. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track him down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yi Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tiancheng evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yi Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tiancheng. 7 to 8 9th level Essence Chi Realm martial artists were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone. And that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How was this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You've succeeded in infuriating me. And the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly without any trace of emotion. Haha. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is. The Danwu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, You're really the same as that guy in the medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dared to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhongheng? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tiancheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and cried out in shock, Why you really killed Zhongheng? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death. Ha ha ha. You are dead, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, So weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tiancheng trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students who PARS said the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the General Affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tiancheng's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tiancheng. Shut up. A puny 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to talk crap about being a powerhouse in front of me? What a joke. Lin Tiancheng finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level essence chi realm. Yi Yuan words were filled with countless mocking. Humph. You think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine. I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finus. Hi plusing, Lin Tiancheng's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an essence chi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the accumulated qi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quantity or quality, a spirit condensation realm's essence energy greatly surpassed said that of normal essence energy. Wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an essence chi realm and a spirit condensation realm. The so-called half-step spirit condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their accumulated qi and already partially had the power of a spirit condensation realm. The power of a half-step spirit condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any essence chi realm martial artist. Lin Tiancheng was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago but had always suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, he had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tiancheng used his cultivation realm's suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a third-level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing it was basically trying to scratch an itch through one's boots. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura soared, plusing Lin Tiancheng's aura back. Only an instant had Pares said, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tiancheng's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way. Is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level essence chi realm? Absolutely. He can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of first-level essence chi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the accumulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tiancheng in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather having the purity of essence energy, which greatly surpassed said that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th level essence chi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a fifth. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tiancheng's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using Cultivation Realm, Lin Tiancheng could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life and death match. Humph. So what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous fist. Lin Tiancheng's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library, the thunderous fist. The power of a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice brother Lin's thunderous fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah. Even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening. Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, senior apprentice brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a death match. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really killed the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why do you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tiancheng's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tiancheng but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feat SHI plus FTED and executed instant flash, Vonnies. HI plusing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tiancheng's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage? Humph. Paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tiancheng also disappeared halfway. Low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 7-star step. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right. Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully, the crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, while instant flash was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's instant flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the breaking illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of instant flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time, sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used instant flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tiancheng. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to Heaven rank and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower's standards, Lin Tiancheng could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from passing the test. Chapter 81, Unfavorable Situation. Chapter 81, Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, senior apprentice brother Lin, and that genius Earth rank student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan, started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan? Isn't he only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm? Senior apprentice brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level essence chi realm? That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level essence chi realm, he couldn't possibly be senior apprentice brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much so that he wants to kill senior apprentice brother Lin even knowing the academy's rule. There's such a thing. Come. Let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng's deathmatch quickly spread throughout the entire Danwu Academy. Two students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. WN Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these two people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tiancheng was so daring to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tiancheng or Lin Tiancheng who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Liu Ruoshui goaded Lin Tiancheng on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tiancheng was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. WN Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching WN Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tiancheng directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the two people's conversation, WN Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level essence chi realm after coming out. He could par SS through the black rank advancement test at the 4th level essence chi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already an existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the hell happened? WN Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, WN Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tiancheng or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tiancheng, and then being sentenced to death by the academy. Lin Tiancheng's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. Plus currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The thunderous fist belonged to the lightning attribute martial techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tiancheng. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Haha. Run. Keep running. I love this sort of cat-catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk, I thought you were very powerful. So you only have this bit of ability. Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tiancheng appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The thunderous fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. Boom. One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tiancheng's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tiancheng stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with essence chi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb, and your essence energy isn't circulating properly?" Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse. But now, he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tiancheng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of cruise. Hi-plussing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This thunderous fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with the 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tiancheng still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the thunderous fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tiancheng in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tiancheng would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved his essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numbed state. How could Lin Tiancheng give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness? Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tiancheng moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Boom. Another exchange and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tiancheng only retreated around 6 meters, while Yi Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yi Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tiancheng did not plan on giving Yi Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his thunderous fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tiancheng's advantage grew even greater. Sigh. Yi Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tiancheng. He is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yi Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level essence chi realm? Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zhuobugue was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yi Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zhuobugue did not agree, and he said, what other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even Serpa says you and me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tiancheng. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad. Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zhuobugue. He really could not tell what other resort Yi Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yi Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me? This Yi Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuobugue's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right. But looking at last time when he underwent the deathmatch with Fei Qingping, this Yi Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. Sigh. I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time. Zhuobugue still behaved sloppily. A bet? Long Tang looked at Zhuobugue with probing eyes. That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yi Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that? Zhuo Bugue met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the Spirit Essence Pill in the slightest. Spirit Essence Pill was a Tier 2 medicinal pill that the Danwu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a Spirit Condensation Realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Danwu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuo Bugue already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the Spirit Essence Pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck from the 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm to the 4th level, the Spirit Essence Pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the Spirit Essence Pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Danwu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the Martial Roll of Honor that the Academy awarded a Spirit Essence Pill. He could never bear to use it and did not think that Zhuo Bugue had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuo Bugue and suddenly smiled. "Fine. I'll bet with you. But what do you intend to use as a bet?" Long Tang used the Spirit Essence Pill as the bet, so Zhuo Bugue naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuo Bugue was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. "Haha. Since you are so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous endless trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core. How's that for a bet?" Zhuo Bugue laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. "I didn't think that you had something so good. A peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core is naturally enough." A peak Tier 2 sharp-horned beast was equivalent to a peak Spirit Condensation Realm human martial artist. But its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist. Sharp-horned beast inner core could be used to refine Tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuo Bugue smirked and had a proud look as he said, "I didn't think you, Long Tang, would be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your Spirit Essence Pill will soon be mine. Ha ha ha. Just look at Yi Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now, am I right? What does he have?" Zhuo Bugue was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan's fight. Lin Tiancheng clashed with Yi Yuan 7-8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yi Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tiancheng gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yi Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yi Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yi Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tiancheng's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was definitely dead this time. But under their astonished eyes, Lin Tiancheng's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pew! Lin Tiancheng directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. E8-layer wave. Just now, was that? 8-layer wave? How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave. Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans, simply monstrous. Even if senior apprentice Brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique virtually impossible to comprehend was grasped by Yi Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yi Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping? It was not that Yi Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather, Lin Tiancheng was really too strong. If Yi Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tiancheng definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tiancheng was on guard against it, Yi Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tiancheng even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level essence chi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tiancheng was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tiancheng was not some scrub like Zhong. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Danwu Academy where geniuses were like clouds be a good for nothing? Yi Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tiancheng. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak so that Lin Tiancheng would lower his guard. Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm with his left hand. Yi Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tiancheng was caught unprepared, and was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist in the illusionary spirit tower when he was at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level essence chi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tiancheng was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yi Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of a hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave! An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yi Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zhuo Bugue opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast of before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Danwu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan that fellow possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave so quickly? Haha. Looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zhuo Bugue with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tiancheng. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tiancheng with an instant flash, another palm struck out. Boom. A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tiancheng. Several meters away, Lin Tiancheng glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Chapter 83, Huge Uproar. Chapter 83, Huge Uproar. Yi Yuan, you forced me. Lin Tiancheng looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tiancheng. When Yi Yuan saw this, his face became very grave. Look, quickly. Senior apprentice brother Lin, he is breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, senior apprentice brother Lin is also forced to his wit's end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right. Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm senior apprentice brother Lin to such a state. But it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tiancheng was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zhuo Bugue patted his chest with a frightened look. Oh my god, scared this little master to death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp-horned beast's inner core which I had a hard time getting. I say, old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill? Long Tang looked on and also sighed secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tiancheng breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing, what he actually said was another. What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet. Hee. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't zero, then there's hope. Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zhuo Buguay was dumbfounded and could only say, "Fine, let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill?" In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. "Second uncle, what do you think?" The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. "If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family." "I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just Yi Hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future." The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, "Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall. Don't worry. I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead." Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. "Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight." The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "Watching the tigers fight? Ha ha. Just two little cats, that's all." Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Su Yishan, while the middle-aged man was Su Yishan's second uncle, Su Yubai. And he was also the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tiancheng coldly without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent-grade qi returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent-grade Tier 1 qi returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish. It's definitely the qi returning pill. But, can the qi returning pill recover so much essence energy? Maybe the grade is higher. How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? This superior grade? Transcendent grade? Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Zhuo Buguay seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, "Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chess." Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpass that of the average person. A distance of several hundred meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge and involuntarily drew a cold breath. SSS. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. No way. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm. Is that badge fake? Zhuo Buguay's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level Essence Chi Realm Soul Strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yi Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his ANA lysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yi Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake. Using a fake Alchemist Association badge, this matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Su Ishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Sai Yubai's face also did not look too good. But he nodded and said, if Yi Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level Essence Chi Realm low-rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? Humph. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the academy's rules? Su Yubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Su Yubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yi Yuan. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Jiang Yunhe did not publicize the matter of Yi Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoqing and those students forced to swear the Heavenly Dao Oath knew that he obtained the alchemy master badge within the academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yi Yuan. But this was something that Lu'er used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan handed Lu'er over to Feng Ruoqing, he put on the badge seriously in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tiancheng's breakthrough because it was useless. Lin Tiancheng had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yi Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tiancheng right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Ha ha ha. This is the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, you asked for this. Now, let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tiancheng felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing no matter who it was. However, Lin Tiancheng failed to see any sort of panic on Yi Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied on upon. Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph. So what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tiancheng smiled icily. Immature. Yi Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tiancheng erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yi Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tiancheng roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm, yet you still want to break through cultivation realms? Fine, I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5-element spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tiancheng's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it. But seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tiancheng did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a death match. Lin Tiancheng could not be bothered with going back on his words and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yi Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now, he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? Sigh. If a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk crap. This is a death match. If Yi Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8-layer wave then, just how horrifying would the power be? You're right. But I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yi Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SSS. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tiancheng cultivated the 10-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wis hi plussing to par SS through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only work on his martial techniques. Very clearly, a Tier 1 martial technique like the thunderous fist was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick Tier 1 martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm or the absolute young finger, the threat to spirit condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tiancheng's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the 10-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step spirit condensation realm to activate the 10-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was already a genuine first-level spirit condensation realm. Unleash. Hi plussing the 10-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tiancheng would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave, versus the 10-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. Boom. This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tiancheng only retreated a few steps this time, while Yi Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pew! The moment he fell, Yi Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of cultivation realm. Unleash. Hi plussing a Tier 2 martial technique using spirit condensation realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yi Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past, Lin Tiancheng was only a little bit away from passing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to Partic 1P8 now, he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was just a 6th level essence chi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yi Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already damn and sick. F***ck. I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah. A Tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power Tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yi Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the stacking waves layered palm was complete, Yi Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh. Such a pity. A genius like Yi Yuan actually fell just like that. Aya. I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yi Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yi Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tiancheng's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yi Yuan used his 6th level essence Qi realm cultivation to fight a spirit condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say, it was a miracle. After all, spirit condensation realm battling essence Qi realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Long Tang, he could par SS through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th level essence Qi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tiancheng's match. Yet, Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the spirit essence pill that had already landed in my hand had. Up in the pavilion, Zhuobugue was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring non-stop currently. Chapter 85, Sentence You to Death. Chapter 85, Sentence You to Death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising. With the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the 10-directional lightning movement, Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th level essence Qi realm. Reaching the 7th level essence Qi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th level essence Qi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. He continued charging to the peak of the 7th level essence Qi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level essence Qi realm. And then, he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level essence Qi realm. Only then did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level essence Qi realm. Holy crap. What medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat? To actually directly break through two minor realms? What the f***ck? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Hee. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah. If they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5-element spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5-element spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn one stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability, and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level essence Qi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. Ah, my spirit essence pill. My sharp-horned beast inner core. Zhuobugue recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, "This medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tiancheng quickly, then he will really be dead." Zhuobugue exclaimed in surprise, "So that's the case. Like I said, if eating one medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle. Long Tang said in agreement, that's right. 8th level essence chi realm coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tiancheng now. However, they're at best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again? Zhuobugue laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wn Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Danwu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great, so what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yi Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tiancheng's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph. It's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy but without substance. What's the use? Whether it's flashy without substance or not, wouldn't you know after trying?" Yi Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tiancheng contemptuously. Putting aside the fact that you are a fake 8th level essence chi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level essence chi realm? Lightning danced around Lin Tiancheng's fist, and his 7 star steps activated once more. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level essence chi realm, Yi Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave's power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant. But right then, an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yi Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tiancheng was full of confidence. But now, his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yi Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tiancheng wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yi Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tiancheng the time to switch moves. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tiancheng the chance to turn things around? Lin Tiancheng's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tiancheng's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tiancheng's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. Absolute young finger. This was Yi Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yi Yuan spent the majority of the time on the absolute young finger. Now, his absolute young finger was already cultivated to the great success stage. This technique, the absolute young finger, was a complementary martial technique of the spirit bristle 9 young divine art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the absolute young finger trained to the great success stage was already not inferior to low-grade Tier 2 martial techniques. Only Yi Yuan could train it to the great success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the stacking wave's layered palm, 8-layer wave. He really did it. 6th level Essence Chi realm actually killed a 1st level Spirit Condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient and did not see Yi Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yi Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tiancheng, Yi Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yi Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Who? Yi Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. An aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yi Yuan, to dare kill your fellow student within the academy. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death. Chapter 86. Imminent danger. Chapter 86. Imminent danger. This cry was too unexpected. No body managed to react in time. By the time everyone reacted to it, a shadow had already flashed past the crowd like lightning, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Being locked on by this aura, Yi Yuan nearly set out from suffocation. This aura was too strong. Ignoring the fact that Yi Yuan was currently completely drained like a lamp without oil, even if he were at his peak condition, it would be impossible to survive this blow. Yi Yuan also did not expect that someone would be so utterly shameless as to ambush him. Could it be that an alchemy emperor of his generation would die so miserably like this? In reality, Yi Yuan had already planned things through. Even if he killed someone, he would at least have to go through the higher echelon's trial before he would be given the death penalty. And during all that was a period for him to turn things around. Which force would not wish to pull him over just based on the alchemic and martial talent that he displayed? However, no matter how much Yi Yuan calculated, he did not expect that such a powerful opponent would be lying in ambush to launch a sneak attack on him right after he killed Lin Tiancheng. Yi Yuan acknowledged that his greatest enemy in the academy was Wan Yuan. He had already broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm now, so even if he jumped out, he could easily crush him. What disciplinary hall's first elder? Yi Yuan did not even know him. Who would have thought that he would harbor such a huge killing intent towards him, and directly attacked to kill? Yi Yuan knew that he was no match for him and already closed his eyes to await death. Seeing Yi Yuan close his eyes and wait for death, a cruel smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of Su Yubai's mouth. The timing he chose was perfect. Right when everybody was stunned by Yi Yuan's strength, he already unleashed his attack right away, also that other people would not have the chance to react. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was already at half-step crystal formation realm. Was it not effortless to capture Yi Yuan, who was already like a lamp without oil? A lion will use all its might when hunting a rabbit. Su Yubai was very clear on this logic, so he used his full power for this blow. He was only a few steps away from Yi Yuan. Many people closed their eyes as if they did not wish to see Yi Yuan's blood splattering everywhere. After all, he was a rising genius. Everyone could already confirm that as long as Yi Yuan was given enough time, he would sooner or later surpass SS head senior apprentice brother Long Tang. Now, a genius like that was going to plummet so quickly. Su Yubai was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But right then, another abnormality occurred. Yi Yuan suddenly felt a strong gale sweep past from behind. By the time he reacted, a shadow had already circled past him. Boom! A violent collision occurred that was many times greater than when Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fought. Yi Yuan was also baffled by this sudden change, but this was not the time for him to be dazed. He was closest to the two of them, so the impact he received was obviously the greatest. Amar's sieve blast swept over. Even though that figure helped him withstand the majority of the attack, the aftershock was still very powerful. No time to do anything else, Yi Yuan swiftly raised his protective SHI plus ELD. Pew! Yi Yuan was sent flying by the shockwave and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. The full power blow of a half-step crystal formation realm, even with most of the attack being neutralized, was sufficiently powerful to the current Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell heavily to the ground, and his internal organs SHI plus FTED places, leaving him in agony. That figure also fell back greatly, only stabilizing himself after backing up more than 20 steps. Grug. That figure also spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he also suffered internal injuries. But Su Yubai remained still where he stood without moving. One could see just how great his strength was, but currently, Su Yubai was looking at that figure with a very solemn face. Huyen Yong, you actually dare to oppose your superior? Do you think that my disciplinary hall is just for decoration? Su Yubai questioned in a deep voice. Only now did Yi Yuan clearly see that figure. It was actually Teacher Huyen. But why did Teacher Huyen help him? Judging from this blow, Huyen Yong's strength was likely a level lower than Su Yubai's. He undertook a huge risk for this blow. Yi Yuan could not help but become confused. However, he was more touched. Without Huyen Yong throwing himself forward courageously, he would already be a corpse. Huyen Yong spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, and he said coldly, opposing my superior? Just who is the one going against his superior? Since when can the disciplinary hall execute students without going through the approval of the dean? As the disciplinary hall's first elder, you ambushed a 6th level Essence Chi Realm student. Do you still want face? Humph. Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed his fellow students. Whether the dean is here or not, he's dead. Also, I just learned that before Yi Yuan killed Lin Tiancheng, he already killed the student manager in charge of the medicinal garden, Zhong Heng. Such a vicious homicidal maniac deserves to die. Su Yubai's face did not change as he responded coldly. As expected, when Su Yubai's words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Killing Lin Tiancheng alone was still not so bad. But killing 2 people consecutively in one day made some people unwittingly think that Yi Yuan was indeed a vicious homicidal maniac. No way. Did Yi Yuan's brain develop a problem after his sudden rise in strength, and he becomes a savage and cruel person? I heard that training demonic path cultivation laws allowed one's strength to suddenly soar, but the martial artist would lose his mind. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan really secretly trained in some demonic path cultivation laws. Very likely. He was still 1st level Essence Chi Realm a month ago. 1 month Pares said, and is already at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm, and he can even kill a Spirit Condensation Realm. This goes against all logic. I heard that demonic path cultivation laws have incredible power, much stronger than the average martial artist. If that's really the case, then Yi Yuan really deserves to die. Su Yubai's words were very provocative. Initially, there were still many people sympathizing with Yi Yuan. Now, there were already quite a few who felt that Yi Yuan cultivated demonic path cultivation laws and deserved to die. Listening to the crowd debating, Su Yubai chuckled to himself. As long as he was standing on the side of justice, nobody could say anything even if he forcefully killed Yi Yuan today. Do you hear that? I currently suspect that Yi Yuan cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, and I'm going to carry out the execution on the spot. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yubai had an awe-inspiring righteous appearance. Huyen Yong gave a cold laugh and said, regardless of whether Yi Yuan trained in some demonic path cultivation law, it has to wait until the dean returns to decide. Are you trying to challenge the dean's authority by making a unilateral decision? Huyen Yong was also not someone stupid. Plussing a large hat down gave Su Yubai a huge headache. Humph. Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic and unorthodox path. Yi Yuan has already killed 2 fellow students. Is this not enough for the death penalty yet? Huyen Yong, What intentions do you have for SHI plus ELDing someone from the demonic path? Su Yubai had the momentum and was unwilling to spare them. He continued to use words to exert pressure. The way he spoke, Yi Yuan had already been determined to be someone from the demonic path. Huyen Yong naturally would not fall for it. Someone from the demonic path? What right do you have to say that Yi Yuan is someone from the demonic path? You didn't ask why Yi Yuan killed people, and indiscriminately pinned labels onto him. You, Disciplinary Hall's first elder, is truly so awe-inspiring. Humph. You're still stubborn. If he isn't someone from the demonic path, then how do you explain his sudden increase in strength? If he isn't someone from the demonic path, how do you explain his combat power which stands head and shoulders above all others? Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic path. Huyen Yong, if you don't make way, I will take you down first, and then exterminate this scoundrel. Su Yubai shouted with an imposing aura. Celifota _ Regis Professor, we just finished a SS release chapters event. The pill exam event was covered till the end. Feeling satisfied her? We are now starting a new arc, but SS release chapters ended halfway during a battle? How do you feel? Evil smirk *, don't worry. It's just 1 to 2 chapters on this, tongue sticking out, then the MC will do something to deal with the incident, smiley face. It's not a cliffhanger, I think. Did I do this on purpose? But I did make sure the SS release finish the exam arc, tongue sticking out, enjoy the chapter, and it is Saturday UR day, so another chapter later. Chapter 87, as if there was no body present. Chapter 87, as if there was no body present. This matter which was originally in the bag was spoiled by Huyen Yong. Su Yubai even had the heart to kill right now. However, Huyen Yong was an instructor of the academy. If he really attacked, then he could forget about being the disciplinary hall's first elder anymore. Furthermore, while it was true that Huyen Yong could not beat him, Su Yubai also could not stop him if he really wanted to run. But he was standing in front of Yi Yuan, making Su Yubai feel that this was a very thorny matter. He must definitely kill Yi Yuan today. This punk's rise was too rapid. This was absolutely a potential threat to the Su family. If Yi Yuan was left unchecked to continue growing, most likely 10 years, no, just 5 years, and he would become another Yi Hang. Just 1 Yi Hang was enough to give the Su family a headache, and 2 Yi Hangs. Take me down? Fine. Bring it on. I want to see just how you will take me down. Huyen Yong taunted icily. Humph. You really think that I don't dare to touch you? Seeing Huyen Yong's manner like a dead pig which did not care whether the water was boiling, Su Yubai flew into a rage. Huyen Yong had always been Jiang Yunha's hardcore follower and was never on good terms with Su Yubai. Normally, the two of them were already at odds. Now, it goes even more without saying. With Su Yubai's strength, it was impossible to capture the peak spirit condensation realm Huyen Yong. Unless he killed him. Huyen Yong was certain that Su Yubai dared not kill fellow students. What a joke. You're the disciplinary hall's first elder. You can touch whoever you want to. Why would you not dare to touch me? But if you want to kill Yi Yuan today, you will have to walk over my dead body. Facing the powerful Su Yubai, Huyen Yong did not yield in the slightest. Good. 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 Everyone saw that. Huyen Yong is SHI plus ELDing the demonic SPAWN, and so is also my Danwu Academy's enemy. Today, I represent the Academy to exterminate fiends and protect the Dao. I'll exterminate these 2 traitors. Su Yubai's fury could be seen from how he said 3 good consecutively. After he finished talking, Su Yubai's released his aura completely, cruise. HI plussing everyone until they could not breathe. Just as Su Yubai was about to strike, a beautiful silhouette walked out from the crowd and stood by Huyen Yong. If Elder Su is insistent on making a move, then treat Ruoqing as someone from the demonic path as well, and kill me. Feng Ruoqing said these words nonchalantly, but the weight was sufficiently heavy. Other people might not know Feng Ruoqing's ident. One Tai, but how could Su Yubai be unaware of Feng Ruoqing's ident? One Tai? Even if Su Yubai had a higher status in the Danwu Academy, he would not dare to touch even a hair of Feng Ruoqing. The imperial family's Nanfeng clan had always been low-key, but families with deep backgrounds knew that the Nanfeng family clan was the #1 great family in the state of Qin and not one of the top. Everybody was astounded by Feng Ruoqing's appearance, including Su Yubai and Hu Yenyong. Many of them could not help recalling some of the rumors which spread secretly. Now, it looks like it was not unfounded rumors. At this time, the looks which the students gave Yi Yuan became weird. So, what this Yi Yuan was capable of was neither in martial Dao nor alchemy Dao, but chasing girls. The Feng family aunt and niece had always been lofty godesses in the academy. There had been many pursuers, but nobody had honestly ever expected to succeed in chasing them. But Yi Yuan did it. Standing out at this time to oppose the disciplinary hall's first elder, they would not believe that Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan had zero relations even if they were beaten to death. Of course, even more people felt that their goddess was defiled, and they wished that they could go up there and give Yi Yuan 2 tight slaps to show their indignity. It was just that it would never be their turn to do the slapping if they did it now. Feng Ruoqing turned around to look at Yi Yuan, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. She quickly hurried over to help him up. Being in the embrace of a beauty was naturally something to be delighted about. But Yi Yuan was currently half dead. How would he have these sort of beautiful thoughts? Except, sniffing the light fragrance coming off of Feng Ruoqing's body made Yi Yuan pull himself together. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Yuan laughed bitterly and said weakly, "Do I look okay to you? Relax, I won't die. It's just that I can't move right now." "Lua, she." Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows once more. "You're already like this, and you're still concerned about your little maidservant. How's she?" Yi Yuan brushed off Feng Ruoqing's rebuke and continued asking. Feng Ruoqing sighed. "With you helping her suppress the cold qi, she's fine for now. I knew that you were going to cause trouble, so I said her to Jiro, and I came here alone." Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Many thanks. I'll definitely thank you deeply in the future." Feng Ruoqing naturally would not take to heart other people's thanks, because she did not lack anything. But Yi Yuan was different. Just the fact that he could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills at the 4th level essence Qi realm made his thanks priceless. "I told you not to mess about, and you just wouldn't listen. 10 years isn't late for a gentleman to take his revenge. What's the rush? Now, you nearly threw away your life. Are you satisfied?" Feng Ruoqing did not mention about the thanks but grumbled instead. However, these words did not sound like grumbling, but more like a little wifeish concern. "Ah. Ha ha ha. 10 years isn't late. I can't wait even for a second. If I have to wait 10 years for a minor character like him, then what should I do about other people?" Yi Yuan seemed like he was triggered by something to have said this. Feng Ruoqing could not understand the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes were very complex. It was like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and not a 15-year-old youth. What on earth did he go through? How could he have such desolate and dismal eyes? Feng Ruoqing started to wonder about it involuntarily. But Yi Yuan recovered first and said, "I have recovery medicinal pills on me. I can't move right now, could you help me take them?" "No." Feng Ruoqing instinctively wanted to reject, but thinking about Yi Yuan's current condition, she hesitated. Since when had Feng Ruoqing with her priceless body ever touched a man's body? Even if there was clothing in between, no way. Sigh. "Forget it. I'll do it myself. SSS. As he was talking, Yi Yuan reached out to touch his chest and hissed in pain the moment he made contact. Feng Ruoqing hurriedly said, all right, I'll do it." Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Feng Ruoqing's beautiful and slender hands slipped inside Yi Yuan's clothes. My goddess. Why? Do you want people dead? Don't, Teacher Feng. Quickly let go of that guy. Let me do it. Everybody was screaming in their hearts, but it was all to no avail. Feng Ruoqing rummaged around for a while before fees. plussing out a bottle of medicinal pills. Her face was currently a bright beet red, like she was intoxicated on alcohol. Is it this? Feng Ruoqing asked with a red face. That's it. There are still 5 medicinal pills in the bottle. Take the pale yellow one and pass it to me, Yi Yuan instructed. There was only one pale yellow medicinal pill inside after Feng Ruoqing poured all the pills out. Then, she took the pill and fed it to Yi Yuan. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's face, which was pale like paper, gradually became rosier. All right. Help me up, I want to refine the medicinal effects. You can already move so quickly? Even though Feng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan could not be judged by common sense, she was still very shocked. She had never seen before a medicinal pill that had such immediate effects. Yi Yuan nodded his head laboriously and started to refine the medicinal effects. Cellophota _ Regis Professor, this week I picked up Emperor's Gigolo and Gate of God, caught up to the recent translated chapters. Emperor's Gigolo is quite refresh. Hi+ing. It's like I have a mansion in the post-apocalyptic world but Xuanhuan version. There was one chapter where the MC was telling stories like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Invest. One tour of the GODS. Chapter 88, Definitely Take Your Head Within a Year. Chapter 88, Definitely Take Your Head Within a Year. Only after seeing Yi Yuan's injuries swiftly recovering did Feng Ruoqing felt at ease. She stood up and said to Su Yubai, Elder Su, the disciplinary hall places the greatest emphasis on the word justice. But actions today have failed justice and failed the hearts of the public. Su Yubai was originally very displeased seeing Feng Ruoqing talking intimately with Yi Yuan like nobody else was around. But he was highly fearful of Feng Ruoqing's ident. One tie, which was why he did not make a move. Now that Feng Ruoqing was rebuking him publicly, Su Yubai naturally could not pretend to be mute anymore. Snort. This old man is exterminating fiends and protecting the Tao. How did I fail justice? Teacher Feng is only momentarily hoodwinked by this fiend, that's why you are openly defending him. Why haven't you retreated yet? Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally injure Teacher Feng later, Su Yubai snarled. It was also because Su Yubai was filled with trepidation about Feng Ruoqing's status that his words were filled with caution. If somebody else were to do what Feng Ruoqing did just now, he would have definitely turned violent already. However, Feng Ruoqing had no scruples about this. I know all about the sequence of events for this matter. Although Yi Yuan's way of doing things wasn't appropriate, there was indeed a reason for this whole thing. Does Elder Su have selfish motives for wanting to indiscriminately finish him off ruthlessly? Feng Ruoqing's words stirred up everyone's appetite. 1. Tess. It had already been many years since anyone dared to kill people publicly in the academy. Just what in the world did Lin Tiancheng and Zhong Heng do to have forced Yi Yuan to this step? What a joke. Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed 2 people consecutively. This old man suspects that he's someone from the demonic path and moved to strike him down. What selfish motives are there? Su Yubai naturally had selfish motives, but he was being persistent. However, Feng Ruoqing continued nonchalantly without changing her expression. Some things become meaningless when it's exposed in front of so many people. When Feng Ruoqing's words came out, Su Yubai was startled. He had always believed that Feng Ruoqing was an alchemy idiot and did not care about other things. Who would have thought that her heart was as clear as a bright mirror? This Lane SS was so astute to actually see through his thoughts. On the surface, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and Drunken Star Manor were irreconcilable. But in reality, it was still the Su family who was exchanging blows with the Yi family in the dark. Yi Yuan's rise made Su Yubai sense an enormous threat. That was why he directly struck to kill. These things did not seem strange to people involved in the affairs, but it was very hard to connect these things together for people outside the state of affairs. Could it be that the Nanfeng family had long taken precautions against the Su family? This was no auspicious omen. No matter what reason he has, rules are rules. How can violations be tolerated? Su Yubai did not wish to hear any reason whatsoever. According to the rules, Yi Yuan should have been taken into custody temporarily after killing people and left to the Dean and the Elders' Council to make the final decision. Isn't Elder Su breaking the rules by directly killing people? I wonder what's the punishment for this in accordance with the Academy's rules. Feng Ruoqing did not give in the slightest. The Danwu Academy's rules were not directed at students only. The Dean and Elders similarly faced many restrictions. Killing people without authorization as the disciplinary hall's first elder, according to the Academy's rules, was the stripping of the first elder's position. Of course, the Dean was the paramount existence in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai was exasperated. This little lane SS kept opposing him in every way, and now, he was actually reverse checkmated. Looks like it was impossible to kill Yi Yuan now. But his thoughts swirled, and he came up with another plan. Humph. Since you say that I'm not acting in accordance with the rules, fine. I'll do things based on the rules right now. Men, escort Yi Yuan to the assembly hall behind the mountain. Inform the 2 deputy deans and all the elders to come to the assembly hall for a joint hearing. Su Yubai suddenly changed his tune out of the blue. Feng Ruoqing frowned and thought to herself that this Su Yubai was really hard to deal with. It looks like he was determined to sentence Yi Yuan to death today. She could not reject Su Yubai's request. Otherwise, it would really become defending a demonic SPAWN. According to the Academy's rules, the Elders' Council could jointly decide significant matters when the Dean was not around. But in reality, even if Jiang Yunhe was in the Academy, the Elders' Council was the one deciding on the Academy's matters most of the time. Jiang Yunhe rarely showed his face in front of everyone. Under Su Yubai's orders, 2 disciplinary hall students wanted to take Yi Yuan into custody and headed for the assembly hall behind the mountain. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he said coldly, "I have my own legs to walk with. Get lost." The 2 disciplinary hall students' strength was beneath even Lin Tiancheng's. Even though they knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, seeing Yi Yuan's outburst still stopped them in their track in fear. After he said that, Yi Yuan got up. There was no problem with his mobility already. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. What kind of recovery medicine could have such immediate effects? Yi Yuan was seriously too lucky to take these unheard-of pills and eating them like candy. He was merely like a cockroach that would not die. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Yuan was once an alchemy emperor. If an alchemy emperor could not eat transcendent-grade pills like candy, then Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, would really be unworthy of the name. Insolence. You're a sinner right now. Who permitted you to walk on your own? When Su Yubai saw that Yi Yuan still dared to be so arrogant, he flew into a rage. Yi Yuan glanced at Su Yubai coldly. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. A year? Take the head of a half-step crystal formation realm powerhouse? This was a complete fantasy. This Yi Yuan has such killing intent. He hasn't really cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, right? Bulls. HI+T. Didn't you hear Teacher Feng? There's definitely more than meets the eye about this. Change the scenario. If somebody nearly slapped you to death with one palm, would your killing intent be huge or not? That's true. But, I wouldn't dare to spew this sort of nonsense. Taking Elder Su's head within a year? How's that possible? Yeah. Essence Chi realm is easy to par SS, but Spirit Condensation realm is hard to advance to. You have to expend 10 times the effort each time you advance one minor realm in the Spirit Condensation realm when compared to the Essence Chi realm. Even then, you still have to rely on lucky chances to break through. It has already been 2 years since senior apprentice Brother Long stepped into the Spirit Condensation realm, right? He's still stuck at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm till today. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but I don't believe that he will have the strength to kill Elder Su within a year even if you beat me to death. After all, he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Although I don't believe it either, then again, it seems like Yi Yuan only spent a month to go from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. That Everyone naturally treated Yi Yuan's proud words like a joke. Advancing realms in the spirit condensation realm was too difficult. The amount of essence energy required to advance a minor realm was extremely horrifying. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to break through to the peak spirit condensation realm within a year. Furthermore, it would become even more challenging to jump ranks to battle in the spirit condensation realm. Even if Yi Yuan was genius, he had to be at least at the 9th level spirit condensation realm to defeat Su Yubai, right? Did he not see the peak spirit condensation realm Huyen Yong vomiting blood after one palm by Su Yubai? In other words, the spirit condensation realm and the essence chi realm were two entirely different levels. Even Su Yubai was stunned, and he immediately erupted. What he was incensed by was not that Yi Yuan said he would take his head, but because he was scolded old fart. Su Yubai had exceedingly high status in the academy and had real power. Who would be disrespectful when meeting him? Since when had he been pointed in the nose and scolded old fart? Bastard. You dare to scold me? In his rage, Su Yubai wanted to attack. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan did something which made everybody's eyes fall out. With a dive, he fled behind Feng Ruoqing and cried out seemingly innocent, "Teacher Feng, this old fart wants to hit me." Chapter 89, 9 Heavens Road. Chapter 89, 9 Heavens Road. 1 moment ago, Yi Yuan was still exuding awe-inspiring righteous pride and crowed about taking people's head. Yet right now, he was hiding behind a woman. Simply shameless to the extreme. But this move was really useful. No matter how insanely Su Yubai's flames of wrath burned, he did not dare to attack Feng Ruoqing. Yi Yuan had long seen through this point. This also made him curious about Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1 Tai. She was definitely not as simple as an ordinary instructor. However, Yi Yuan scoured his memories, and he could not think of any great family in the state of Qin with the Feng surname. "Teacher Feng, I want to go to the assembly hall on my own. Is there any problem?" Yi Yuan said with a straight face. Feng Ruoqing sighed and nodded lightly. Even though Feng Ruoqing was elegantly beautiful, she was born with the arrogance of the imperial family in her bones. She did not know why, but she just could not refuse this young man in front of her. Having received repeated blows, Su Yubai no longer wished to lose face in front of everyone. He snorted coldly and turned around and left. He believed that they would not dare to not go to the assembly hall. After Su Yubai left, Yi Yuan gave Huyen Yong a deep bow. Many thanks to teacher Huyen's life-saving grace. Huyen Yong waved his hands dismissively and said casually, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank the dean." Before the dean left, he specifically instructed me to not let anything happen to you and to take good care of you. Yi Yuan was dazed and completely baffled by this dean whom he had never met before. "Actually, strictly speaking, you saved yourself." Feng Ruoqing suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh, how so?" "I told the dean all about your performance during the alchemist test. The appreciation of a genius arose in the dean's heart, and that's why he arranged for teacher Huyen to come to protect you," Feng Ruoqing explained. Only now did Yi Yuan came to a realization. But he begged to differ from what Feng Ruoqing said. Saving means saving. This favor that Yi Yuan owed was too great. Yi Yuan was not an ingrate. This favor naturally had to be returned. Teacher Huyen, after Yi Yuan breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, today's grace will definitely be returned. Yi Yuan gave Huyen Yong a promise that sounded like in the indefinite future, but Huyen Yong could naturally sense the sincerity in it. It was just that he was still unaware of how heavy this promise of Yi Yuan's was. Jiang Yunhe only instructed him to protect Yi Yuan well before leaving. He did not know for what reason and thought that Jiang Yunhe had a change of heart. "It's not necessary. I'm not doing this for any repayment. Today's round isn't considered over yet. It looks like Su Yubai still wants you dead." Huyen Yong thought that Yi Yuan was only expressing words of gratitude, and he did not take it to heart. Feng Ruoqing faintly guessed something, but her eyes lit up unwittingly. But she did not expose it. She began to unwittingly look forward to just what level Yi Yuan's alchemy skills would reach after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, I saw how Su Yubai looked like just now. He's confident in settling this matter in stone at the Elders' Council. You had best be cautious. Once the Elders' Council sentences you to immediate execution, we can't go against it either. Feng Ruoqing frowned and said. The Elders' Council is that powerful? Didn't you say that there was an exception, Teacher Feng? How did that person escape with his life? You are talking about Mo Yuntian, right? Although he escaped punishment, it was likewise almost certain death. Huyen Yong interrupted. Oh! Can Teacher Huyen enlighten me? However, Huyen Yong shook his head and said, you can't follow Mo Yuntian's path. Give up. Right now, the only method is to delay time at the Elders' Council and wait for the Dean to return. The more Huyen Yong would not say, the more curious Yi Yuan got. Since Huyen Yong would not say, he might as well ask Feng Ruoqing. Was there something behind it? Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a second, but she still answered. Back then, Mo Yuntian was number 1 on the Academy's Martial Roll of Honor, 4th level Spirit Condensation Rel. When he was admitted, his close friend was unable to keep up with his footsteps. At that time, he was only a black rank student. But then, a student manager from the General Affairs Department was unaware of their relations. HI+P and he caused endless troubles for Mo Yuntian's close friend. Finally, the guy turned him into a cripple. In his rage, Mo Yuntian murdered that student manager. Hearing that, Yi Yuan snickered coldly. Looks like the General Affairs Department is truly a place where talents gather, and their virtue was inherited. Feng Ruoqing sighed as she continued explaining, there are too many people in the Dan Wu Academy. Using students as managers are also something that cannot be helped. Not only do instructors have to teach class says, but we also have to cultivate. If we are bothered by too many miscellaneous stuff, our cultivation would have been bound to be delayed. Hence, the General Affairs had always been a place where the authority was the greatest. Therefore, it was also natural to breed these conceited students. Yi Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Instructors were also martial artists, and they pursued the martial path. They were obviously unwilling to be distracted by these mundane matters. Only by letting those students with insufficient talent manage the rest could the true geniuses have the time to cultivate. This was an acceptable method. Then what happened? Then Mo Yuntian did not wait for the academy to deal with him. Alone, he walked to the Nine Heavens Peak at the back of the mountain and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road, which is almost a certain death. But he said through it. However, the Nine Heavens Road is absolutely not something that the current you can charge through. Huyen Yong followed up. That's to say, the Elders' Council can't do anything to me once I pass through this Nine Heavens Road? Yi Yuan ignored Huyen Yong's words and replied with a question. Theoretically, yes. But you have to know that when Mo Yuntian made it pass south the Nine Heavens Road, he was already at the 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm. Since the establishment of the Dan Wu Academy, there has been a total of 237 people who attempted the Nine Heavens Road. Among them were 194 Spirit Condensation Realm students and 43 Essence Chi Realm students, but only a measly 5 people made it through. In these 10 years, only Mo Yuntian alone made it. Students who failed to make it either died directly on the Nine Heavens Road or lost their minds, and became a complete lunatic ever since. But most importantly, none of the 43 Essence Chi Realm students survived. Huyen Yong seemed to have also become jumpy, talking about the Nine Heavens Road. Just what is on the Nine Heavens Road? Huyen Yong's words seemed to have not changed Yi Yuan's mind, and nobody knows what's on the Nine Heavens Roads. It's because before entering the Nine Heavens Road, students must swear a heavenly Tao oath to never reveal any information encountered on the Nine Heavens Road, Huyen Yong explained. Like that, huh? Fascinating. Teacher Huyen, just now that old fart is surnamed Su. Is he someone from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly inquired. That's right. Su Yubai is the second brother of the Su family's family leader, Su Yulin. So that's the case. No wonder he had such thick killing intent towards me. Since that's the case, then I will go and try out this Nine Heavens Road. Huyen Yong was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Was the long time he spent talking wasted? Seeing Huyen Yong's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just think about it, Teacher Huyen. Su Yubai wants me dead. He definitely has a way of making the Elders' Council impose the death penalty on me. Since that's the case, why should I seek my death? I know that Teacher Huyen wishes to drag things out until the dean is back, but will Su Yubai grant you your wish?" Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, Huyen Yong's expression turned stiff. These few years, the dean stood aloof above worldly considerations and did not manage most of the academy's matters, letting Su Yubai fill in the void. The Elders' Council was almost mostly his people already. Just as Yi Yuan said, going to the Elders' Council now was no different from going to be killed. So, the Nine Heavens Road is my only way out. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Chapter 90, All for Naught. Behind the mountain, at the Assembly Hall, 6 elders were present. Aside from Su Yubai, 2 deputy deans, and 3 more elders, these 6 people plus the Dean Const I Tut, the highest authority in the Danwu Academy. Of course, the dean's authority was paramount. He could veto everything in the academy with one word. Because he represented the Tranquil Cloud sect. Deputy deans and elders, an Earth-rank student was utterly lawless in the academy and brutally murdered 2 fellow students in broad daylight. Today, I've invited everyone to hold this meeting so that we can discuss how we should deal with this student. Su Yubai was the one who called for everyone, so he obviously had to stir things up. An Earth-rank student dares to be so audacious. What's there to discuss? Just kill him right away. A deputy dean exploded after hearing that. That's right. According to the academy's rules, killing fellow student is the death penalty. What's the need for this meeting? Another elder echoed in approval. Elder Su, I wonder who is this student? At this moment, the other deputy dean opened his mouth to ask. Su Yubai gave him a displeased look. This fellow always does not cooperate. Seriously irritating. There were 2 deputy deans in the Danwu Academy. 1 martial and 1 alchemy. The deputy dean who agreed just now was called Zhong Songtao, the deputy dean who specialized in the martial Dao. The one who asked the question was the alchemy Dao's deputy dean, Hu Changsheng. Hu Changsheng was Jiang Yunha's diehard follower and also somebody who did not like power struggles. He was someone who pursued the alchemy Dao with all his heart. Hence, he basically had no presence all these years. Even in the Elders' Council, he virtually abandoned his voting rights. He was not deliberately finding fault today. He just instinctively wanted to find out more. After all, students were the precious resources of the Danwu Academy. If they mistakenly killed a genius figure, then the loss outweighed the gain. Although killing fellow students was essentially the death penalty, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Who knew if the state of Qin's Danwu Academy would have a second Mo Yuntian appear? This student's name is Yi Yuan, a complete lunatic. He already had a bad track record before entering the academy. Some days back, who knows what lucky encounter he had to have his strength suddenly soar. What's unexpected was that he brutally murdered 2 fellow students consecutively today. I suspect that he might have gotten some demonic path cultivation law. That's why he lost his mind and did such a cold-blooded thing. Su Yubai avoided the crucial points and dwelled on the trivial, describing Yi Yuan as a homicidal maniac. The majority of the elders already stood on his side. Now, there was even less to talk about. Since that's the case, then there's no need to discuss. After he arrives at the Assembly Hall, just directly sentence him to death, Zhong Songtao said nonchalantly. As a deputy dean, his words held a certain weight. These few years, Su Yubai gifted him countless treasures in secret to pull him over. The 2 are already of the same ilk. As for the other elders, they did not hold as much authority as Su Yubai, nor were they as strong as him. Under his coercion and persuasion, they naturally became his vassals. Seconded. Such a ruthless lunatic, what's the point of keeping him if we don't kill him? An elder said. I agree as well. Seeing everyone agreed in unanimity to kill Yi Yuan, whether Hu Changsheng casts his vote or not obviously did not matter, so he might as well stay mum. Su Yubai was secretly pleased when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan, that punk, was simply lawless. Not only did he dare to kill fellow students, he even had the nerve to scold him an old fart. Even without the grudge between the Su and Yi family, he would also sentence him to death today. As for the cause, Su Yubai was actually aware of it already. It was indeed Lin Tiancheng who provoked matters first and forced Yi Yuan's maidservant until she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But so what? Yi Yuan was seeking death so others could not be blamed. Just like that, the few people chorused in unison and determined the life and death of an Earth-rank student without even asking for the reason. Except, they waited a long time, yet Yi Yuan did not arrive. Rather, it was Feng Ruoqing and Huyen Yong who came. What are you two doing? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me you two helped him to abscond punishment. Feng Ruoqing and Huyen Yong did not even get to speak, and Su Yubai already judged them. Huyen Yong looked at Su Yubai and smiled coldly as he said, if he tried to escape punishment, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Relax. Yi Yuan isn't that stupid. Initially, Huyen Yong was still oblivious to the state of affairs. Only after Feng Ruoqing pointed things out, did he become enlightened on the situation. In reality, he also considered helping Yi Yuan to escape, and return to the academy after the dean returns. But was rejected by Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan ran away, the Su family could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and ally with the WN family to deal with the Yi family. Yi Hang was currently in a seclusion and could not be disturbed. Yi Yuan wanted to take on this matter all by himself. Huyen Yong was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts and could not wrap his mind around these schemes. However, Feng Ruoqing was born in the imperial family and was inherently sensitive to these things. Since he didn't run, why didn't he come? Don't tell me he still needs this elder to go invite him? Su Yubai asked in a deep voice. Snort. Why should he come here? You probably already embellished the details and fooled the two deputy deans as well as the elders, and you sentenced Yi Yuan to death already. Am I right? Don't tell me he should come here and die. Huyen Yong scoffed. Insolence. You dare to question the elders' council's authority. Do you not want to be an instructor anymore? Su Yubai flew into a rage. Is it the elders' council's authority or your authority? Don't try to confound people's eyes. Huyen Yong did not give in at all and was diametrically opposed to Su Yubai. All right. You two, stop arguing. The main character isn't here, what's the use of quarreling? Huyen, you said that Elder Su embellished the details. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not kill anyone? Hu Changsheng interjected right then. Huyen Yong still had a good favorable impression towards Hu Changsheng, so he naturally would not rebut him. Huyen Yong respectfully saluted with his hands and said, it's true that Yi Yuan killed someone, but there's a reason for it, not because of what demonic path fiend that Su Yubai said. Huyen Yong recounted how Luer was nearly raped and about to die, which infuriated Yi Yuan, making Hu Changsheng knitted his brows after hearing it. Was not this incident a similar occurrence of Mo Yuntian's episode back then? Hu Changsheng turned to Su Yubai and said, Elder Su, looks like this General Affairs Department really needs to be properly reorganized. Su Yubai's position was inferior to Hu Changsheng, so he naturally did not dare refute. He replied, Dean Hu is right. Even if Dean Hu did not say anything, I will also clean up the General Affairs Department after this case. But the pressing matter at the moment is still to deal with Yi Yuan's case. Regardless of what reason he had, killing two people successively is challenging the Academy's rules. This must not become a precedent. Even if he had a reason for doing things, the speed of his improvement subverts common sense. It's very likely that he's cultivating a demonic path skill. How can we spare such a person like him? That's right. The Dan Wu Academy forbids killing fellow students. The killers were already sentenced to death. Don't tell me we should make an exception for Yi Yuan. What capabilities does he have? My view is still to kill him, Zhong Songtao said. I agree with Dean Zhong's opinion. This must not be encouraged. I agree as well. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing came forward and bowed towards a few people, and then she said, Ruoqing is here not to intercede for Yi Yuan, but to inform the two deputy deans and the elders that Yi Yuan is preparing to challenge the Nine Heavens Road 3 days later. So he will not be attending this meeting. What? He wants to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? 6th level Essence Chi Realm taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Ha ha ha. Did he think that he could escape the death penalty by doing that? Since he's looking to die, then I will watch just how he dies on the Nine Heavens Road. Su Yubai burst into laughter. Chapter 91, Death Zone? Lifeland. Chapter 91, Death Zone? Lifeland. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the Nine Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the Nine Heavens Road. Nine Heavens Road? Is he mad? He's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman, defying the academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession, scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the Nine Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death. That's true. But isn't it still death if he charges into the Nine Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the Nine Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through. If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity. No body has ever made it through as an Essence Chi realm. In the Danwu Academy, the Nine Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it. Since the establishment of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, which student who challenged the Nine Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius? But only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yi Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, No body thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the Nine Heavens Road. That was to say, Yi Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level Essence Chi realm to take on a death road which made Essence Chi realms despair. Essence Chi realm students who challenged the Nine Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of Essence Chi realms on the Nine Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the par-sing rate. Hence, Yi Yuan was not challenging it but committing suicide. It seemed like Yi Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time, No body thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yi Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu'er without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu'er lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yi Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu'er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. 9 Yin Absolute Meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yi Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the 9 Yin Absolute Meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yi Yuan, Miss Lu'er, could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu'er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Jiro by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today and did not quarrel with Yi Yuan blindly. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Unless my master was here, otherwise." Sigh. With Lu'er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhongheng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Jiro gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Jiro did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhongheng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu'er, even your problems would go away as well. Yi Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and co would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yi Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing, who wanted to ask but kept holding back her tongue. Which was why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yi Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legend. If he was present, how would Su Yubai dare to be unbridled? But, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi realms. Isn't it equivalent to going to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Huyan Yong had been convinced by Yi Yuan, they still did not think well of Yi Yuan. It's not just them. No body in the entire Danwu Academy had high hopes of Yi Yuan. That's right. Back then when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. Why don't you take Lu'er and run? Feng Zhiro also joined in from the side. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You think Su Yubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp. All right, thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pass through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Zhiro cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not buy it either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Qi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but reassuring words. Haha. You can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Masters might says your imaginations, so you should also have faith in me, Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Huyan Yong that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again. Chapter 92, I'm inferior to him. Chapter 92, I'm inferior to him. 3 days later, at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Danwu Academy was virtually a ghost town as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th-level Essence Qi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, the incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had surpassed their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though no body believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of antic. 1 Asian. On another mountain facing the Nine Heavens Peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the Nine Heavens Road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Su Yubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Zhuo Buguei, Su Yishan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, old Long. Why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke, no need to take it seriously, right? Zhuo Buguei pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful, what do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right? We don't talk about that, let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zhuo Buguei was utterly amazed when he heard that. Because Long Tang's reply was don't know, instead of can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan. Even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously, the result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zhuo Buguei did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. Nine Heavens Road. Even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tiancheng before? And the result? Oh please. This and that aren't the same things, okay? Even 100 Lin Tianchengs together can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianchengs added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zhuo Buguei had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zhuo Buguei suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zhuo Buguei. Yet, this existence actually lifted his gaze now, and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zhuo Buguei suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it, and only said coolly, did you forget the phrase that has been pares said down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be serper. Said. Long Tang sucked in deeply, and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him. Sigh. Even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zhuo Buguei also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to serper SSU and me anymore. He can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. Zhuo Buguei suddenly added. This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a Siv mountain. Could Yi Yuan make it across? Humph. This Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah. Indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed, another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Changsheng on the other hand smiled and said, Nine Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he, an Essence Chi realm, can make it through. He has to die anyway, yet is delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, Nobody refuted it. Preparations indeed did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them sentence him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, nobody had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the Nine Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in the Nine Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the Nine Heavens Road. But nobody succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they are already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pass through the Nine Heavens Road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the Essence Qi realm, so how could he pass? Who among those Essence Qi realm students that dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those Essence Qi realm students who went to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak, who among them were not at the 9th level Essence Qi realm or even the peak of the Essence Qi realm? All of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro, as well as a black-faced Huyen Yong. Everyone directly ignored Huyen Yong and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle Lu'er down properly. Early morning, Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Lu'er suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Lu'er before he could set his mind at ease and come to the Nine Heavens Peak. So naturally, he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the Nine Heavens Peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmen's. HI+P. Looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This Nine Heavens Road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the Nine Heavens Road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it, wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the Nine Heavens Road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet verse. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. I swear upon the heavenly Tao, once I step unto the Nine Heavens Road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan pass sage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and co., and he said, help me take good care of Lu'er. I'll be back soon. Finus. HI+ing, Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow Nine Heavens Road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steps. The entire strip of Nine Heavens Road had transformed into another world. A world constituted of countless green stone steps. Indeed a little interesting, looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. They are many things aren't present in the divine realm. This Nine Heavens Road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments, and this array formation is a unique school of thought. It's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the Divine Realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this Nine Heavens road is so hard to parse through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this Nine Heavens road's array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold, as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally, he was the target. The concept of wind. Looks like this Nine Heavens road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care had been expended on this. Except, using this sort training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people, instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the Nine Heavens road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy SHI plus ELDs in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even spirit condensation realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of essence chi realms. If essence chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% to 40%, and this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if essence chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this SPACE, omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yi Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind in Compa S said within these gale winds, to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero sword technique already in Compa S said an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except, Yi Yuan's essence chi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind, that's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the essence chi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around non-stop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens road like that? I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past when those people challenged the Nine Heavens road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather, it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah. According to the senior speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Hey, look. Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued walking up steadily. One look and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have said through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly. Huyen Yong stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the student. These things were summed up using the experience from students' fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were, regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Chi Realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier, but Yi Yuan managed to pass through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94, Cruise.H.I Plussing All Resistance. Chapter 94, Cruise. H.I Plussing All Resistance. Nine Heavens Road, 999 steps. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only said the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, sing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Chi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 step. Yeah. One look and you can tell that this Yi Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gaps. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi Realm. That is the truth that no body can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi Realm was at the middle 333 steps. Even if Yi Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 steps. Zhong Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yi Yuan's performance gave Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they are lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yi Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all, Huyen Yong said agitatedly. Yi Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps he might really make it. Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. TCH. That fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Jiro recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Ruoqing remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yi Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yi Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yi Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the Spirit Bristle Divine King will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art not to activate essence energy protection, but to completely release his aura to let his essence energy erupt out. Then Yi Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he said bye, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art was simply a joke. The Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art's ultimate technique, 9 suns burning heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 suns burning heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous divine kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, nobody dared to provoke him. Even though Yi Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he would still be the king of all beasts. All laid dormant where he said. Yi Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yi Yuan said through the second round, Flame C, with unbelievable speed. Yi Yuan had to waste around an incense of time to avoid the strong gales in order to the first round. As for this second round, Yi Yuan said it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic world. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet, this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art. Yi Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan crossed 99 step. Next was the fourth round, Gravity World. Fifth round, Thick Earth World. Sixth round, Water World. All the way until the 10th world, Yi Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yi Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the Tranquil Cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these concepts of 5 elements as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Qingyun Zi plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it, if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on is potential. Looking from that perspective, this Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it. The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. 6th level essence chi realm sing the 9 heavens road? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 9 heavens road was a forbidden ground for essence chi realm martial artist. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed, buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan Par S said the first 333 steps, Su Yubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One could not blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed in Par S sing the rounds was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who Par S said through the Nine Heavens Road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was naturally very clear on that. However, nobody among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those spirit condensation realm students who Par S said. Even the Mo Yuntian, who was brother Iming with talent, spent an entire day to Par S the first 333 step. But Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times that of Mo Yuntian's? Su Yubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. Who? I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the Nine Heavens Road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zhuo Bugué looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping. Consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month. Becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tiancheng. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the Nine Heavens Road, which no essence Qi realm had ever Par S said through before? This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius student. Yeah. There's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zhuo Bugué sighed in admiration. All this while, only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhuo Bugué's arrogance. But now, his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhuo Bugué was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body. Like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, old Long? Heart of a powerhouse? Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this while, right? Zhuo Bugué asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhuo Bugué but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse? A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhuo Bugué, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What? You want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zhuo Bugué jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even Par S through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place Yi Yuan reincarnated in was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the Endless Forest. Because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the Endless World into the North and South domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, Old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the endless world if you lose your life? Zhuobuguay was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now, even the rank one on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually. But even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zhuobuguay was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand that victory and defeat lie in one thought. Strong and weak also lies in a single thought. Zhuobuguay, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zhuobuguay. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zhuobuguay was rank 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Jiro could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zhuobuguay was actually not that large. But now, Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world. How could Zhuobuguay feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, Old Long? Zhuobuguay kept away that trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zhuobuguay also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, could this transformation separate both of them into two different worlds? How was that possible? Just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zhuobuguay swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say, even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate and he still dared to try it. Wasn't this courting death? Yes. Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tiancheng. But he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself, and surpassing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the Nine Heavens Road, there might still be an 8 Heavens Road, 10 Heavens Road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually surpassing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of men. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zhuobugui's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zhuobugui was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally, no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body. Except for Zhuobugui. But even Zhuobugui could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zhuobugui then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zhuobugui, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look. Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah. He stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the Nine Heavens Road, hailed as the death zone for all Essence Qi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the Nine Heavens Road starts from the middle 333-step stage. The vast majority of those Essence Qi realms who came to challenge the Nine Heavens Road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Haha. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. But he's only at the 6th level Essence Qi realm. The scariest part of the Nine Heavens Road is still the final 333 step. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the Nine Heavens Road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all Essence Qi realms, Nine Heavens Road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Su Yubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level Essence Qi realm dares to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Conceited. Seeking his own destruction. Even though he was filled with wild joy, Su Yubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yi Yuan would rather challenge the Nine Heavens Road than come to the Elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death. An elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road is the right of every student. Once you pass south the Nine Heavens Road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the High Sect's core disciple. This was set by the High Sect. No matter how powerful the Elders' Council is, it's not greater than the High Sect's rules, right? Hu Changsheng raised his eyelids and said coolly. Like everybody else, Hu Changsheng was also astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Changsheng's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yi Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the Heaven Rank Advancement test in the future and become the Tranquil Cloud sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Compet. 1. Tie on and be chosen as a core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. But now, Yi Yuan was going to fall on the Nine Heavens Road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politic. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Chongsheng, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes. Even with Yi Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Chongsheng did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the Nine Heavens Road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the students. The further one went along the Nine Heavens Road, the more challenging it became. Especially at the last 333 steps, the difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Chongsheng's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the tranquil cloud sect? Was that not seeking death? Presently, Yi Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the pill refinement room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Fengruoqing's refinement room. It could be called extravagant. Yi Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect. Because the alchemy God realm was his lifelong goal, Limitless Cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the divine realm. It was formerly Yi Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yi Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yi Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room, but Yi Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yi Yuan entered the Nine Heavens Road second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yi Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straight away. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the Nine Heavens Road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly, and finally, lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back then, spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qingyunzi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qingyunzi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master, even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this Nine Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Except, seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens Road was extremely remarkable, to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave just like that after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of grass and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same. Because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, you know?" That familiar yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice even if he turned to ashes. Because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Zhangyang. Zhengyang Zi and Qingyun Zi were only doughty clés that the outside world dedicated to them. Qingyun Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of alchemy emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an alchemy emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the alchemy emperor. And the vastness of an alchemy emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Zhengyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Zhengyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, you know?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qingyun, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. "Father, when Yuna was preparing the herbs just now, I used the melancholy gathering gras SS and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this." Melancholy gathering gras SS was a 9th rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyun's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry non-stop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie, even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Zhengyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Zhengyang laughed when he heard it. "Yuna is overly careless. Even father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering gras SS. How could you be so careless?" Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. Father is right. Yuna will be more careful next time. Ji Zhengyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh Yuna. Father knows that you are infatuated with the alchemy Dao, but there isn't only the alchemy Dao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, father. Yuna knows when to stop." Ji Zhengyang shook his head and said, "You, oh you. What do you want me to say about you? The alchemy Dao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy God, it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point." Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead, he fell behind in all aspect. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yi Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated, and No body knew what was happening inside, Yi Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yi Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Zhengyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, father. It's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time." Ji Zhengyang then smiled and said, "So that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine, but if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin, when I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why father came to look for this child. Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yi Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yi Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Zhengyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Zhengyang mentioned it did Yi Yuan suddenly awakened. This so-called pill appreciation grand assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What pill appreciation grand assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing grand assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Zhengyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qingyun was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Zhengyang was dead and his Tao dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yi Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yi Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wis hi plusing to overturn a colossal bring such as the Medicine King Hall? The force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what? If he could not take revenge for father, then what was the point of him, Ji Qingyun, reincarnating? He, Ji Qingyun, lived his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of ignoble life? Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qingyun would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qingyun was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy God during his previous life, he could become the martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little nine heavens road thwart me, Ji Qingyun, on my heaven-trampling journey? Don't worry, father. It's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Even as surging waves billowed in his heart, Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength but also the strength of the heart. Ha ha. Then I can rest at ease. Ji Zhengyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98, Heart Like Still Water. Chapter 98, Heart Like Still Water. There was complete silence at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the fifth step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 step. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. From the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's Rus. Hi plusing style involuntarily gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, nobody thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the passing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step. There were still 328 steps behind. How would he pass? Humph. Playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm. And the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in steps. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the 5th step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhong Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Changsheng looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhong Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the student's performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm. Because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm. And in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived non-stop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity. A pinnacle genius who could have been extraordinarily splendid actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far. Because he failed to show restraint. Yeah. Too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate, that's why he challenged the academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tiancheng was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then. Let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Kanglan once again. Haha. You finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days. I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to master and washed my hands off this matter. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Kanglan laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Kanglan. Because that was meaningless. He wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that heart realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined to a certain extent the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, heart realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with the higher heart realm. To Yi Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Tao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle. Except, the assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out. Ji Kanglan was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. No body could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden. The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglan and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and tucked himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglan finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Zhangyang and Ji Qingyun were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it. Ji Kanglan pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Zhangyang. Ji Zhangyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yuna's life. Hearing that, Ji Kanglan smiled sinisterly. My apologies, respectable master, I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice brother Yun's talent is astonishing. Hi+ing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Fineness. Hi+ing, Ji Kanglan swung his long sword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Zhangyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Zhangyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Zhangyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglan. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglan howled, You miserable old fool. You actually ignited your divine soul? Do you want your soul to dissipate? Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Zhangyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Tsanglang also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglan held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yun. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglan said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglan and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglan's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end, his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim. Fainter and hazier. Finally, it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, Is this heart like still water? Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Su Yubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yi Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens Road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch anymore either. Waste of time. Time to go, time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Su Yubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yi Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were sure Yi Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Su Yubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look. Yi Yuan moved. He's actually meditating on the spot. What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yi Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yi Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculations spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Jiro, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Huyen Yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, continued to watch Yi Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong? Huyen Yong asked curiously. Teacher Huyen, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura isn't quite right? Huyen Yong felt Yi Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal, why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoqing shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear of the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yi Yuan. But they discovered that Yi Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished. Could it be that he's already dead? Su Yubai had clearly also discovered Yi Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder Su, that Yi Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the 9 Heavens Road? With Elder Lin's words, Su Yubai became even more certain about his idea. Quas. Hi+ing the wild elation in his heart, Su Yubai nodded and said, although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already. Snort. Slighting the elders' counsel. This outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Haha. Dean who already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and is already dead now, it also counts as us elders' council enforcing the academy's rules. Su Yubai's current mood was evidently excellent and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yi Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Changsheng looked at Yi Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven rank students with higher cultivation also discovered Yi Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yi Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Yi Yuan actually died on the 5th step. Oh, old Long, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, his already a has-been. You also saw the terror of the 9 Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? Zhuo Buguay said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the 1st stage so smoothly, how could he possibly fall at the 5th step in the 2nd stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zhuo Buguay's words, Long Tang nodded and said, Even if the Nine Heavens Road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perise. Plus you're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the first place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. First place? What the point of first place in the Dan Wu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. Sigh. You've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, old Long? He's clearly already. What's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly, a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The Nine Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the Nine Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy, an essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is heart like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the heart like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of heart realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, so how did he do it? Huyen Yong sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back, and now, he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Huyen Yong was astounded. But seeing how Yi Yuan was so pitilessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what, Yi Yuan's relations HI+P with the academy was sowed. He also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level essence chi realm? Look at this amount of essence energy, teacher Huyen. Is it only the 7th level essence chi realm?